Chatham, Kent, Essex. Oh, well, perhaps we'll have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader start us off.
O Canada,
terra
the native land, true patriot love, in all our sons command. With flowing heart we say thee right, not soon nor strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, they stand on guard for one. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Now we know what to do the next time. Order the statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, Bertha Williams' family has lived on the Tsawwassen Reserve for generations. More than half of all Tsawwassen band members live off reserve, yet are able to vote on the proposed treaty and the reserve's land use plan. This upsets her. In a recent speech, Bertha stated, "A lot of our elders are new to our community. They lost their status years ago. They went off, got married. They didn't want to be labeled as native. These elders don't know our history, don't know our culture." Bertha states emphatically, "I have never surrendered my birthright. I have never left my homeland. But we are outnumbered. The majority of those who are voting band members live off the reserve. There are people that live in Alabama, Los Angeles, across the prairies. They are band members, but they have no intention of ever living on the reserve, yet they are voting on our business. A lot of them have never even visited the reserve. It is just ludicrous how they have so much to say on our livelihood. I see it as the demise of my people." Mr. Speaker, Bertha's complete speech can be heard at johncummins.ca. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians have voiced their disapproval of CBC Radio's plan to disband their Vancouver-based orchestra, which has been performing live since 1938. While this is troubling, especially for me as a Vancouverite, what should be the real cause for alarm is that this cut is symptomatic of a greater problem. The CBC has been bleeding slowly from lack of funding for necessary infrastructure to convert to digital and for radio transmitters to expand their regional and rural reach. So they've had to dip into operational funds. This means program cuts. The Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, in its recent report on the review of the CBC, called for a substantial increase in funding, including urgent one-time infrastructure money. The Conservative government has yet to respond. If this government continues to drag its feet, Canadians will be forced to watch CBC whittle away at its essential programming. Canada ranks 16th out of 18 Western nations in funding its public broadcaster. What a public shame.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, at a recent gala for the Grand Prix de Tourisme for the Centre du Québec region, 3 tourist attractions in the Drummondville area won awards. Village québécois d'antan, the second HoC Le Fantastique Légende, and the third Réseau Plein Air. In celebrating the 30th anniversary in 2007, the Village québécois d'antan, which won in the category Best Tourist Attraction, bringing in 100,000 visitors or more, beat all records for attendance, while its neighbour, HoC Le Fantastique Légende, had a new show that was put on with $3 million investment, and that brought in fewer than 100,000 visitors. Also, Réseau Plein Air Drummond inaugurated a Hebratism circuit called Arbre en Arbre in the Saint-Joachim de Courval sector. We say congratulations to all the winners, to all the administrators and volunteers.
For Vancouver Island North.
Canadian women are tired of being treated like afterthoughts by this Conservative government. Half the population paying over $42 billion in taxes should have warranted more than a few words in their budget. But their promise of a draft action plan to improve women's economic and social conditions sometime next year is another slap in the face. I guess the Minister of Status of Women doesn't know that such a document already exists since 1995 and can be found on the Status of Women website. This promise to draft a plan and their budget does virtually nothing for Canadian women struggling to balance work and family life. Its tax cuts are the answer to a potential economic downturn means women must wait even longer for the government to even consider their real and urgent needs. Women benefit most from the investments in vital services such as affordable childcare, housing and tuitions, but none of these appeared in the budget despite the availability of huge surpluses. Instead, the budget hammers home the government's key priorities, tax cuts and debt reduction. But the bigger question is, what happened to the surplus?
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I say hello.
2007, the by-election for the riding of Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River was announced. On March 17th, the constituents spoke out loud and clear, and now I stand before you as a member of Parliament for the Conservative Party of Canada. I am deeply honored and humbled to be standing here today. I'd like to thank you and to my wife, Leanne, my son, Kobe, and my daughter, Cabri, for providing the support and opportunity to be the candidate for the Conservative Party. Great. I'd like to thank all my supporters and volunteers. And if I miss anyone, I'd like to apologize. I'd like to thank Fraser McFarland, Brad Vincent, the Cameron family from Meadow Lake, Leroy Liberty, Bruce and Colette Janes, Thomas Serzecki, Winston Mackay, Jimmy DeRocher. On July 7th, 2006, while stationed with the RCMP in Spearwood, Saskatchewan, 2 members were fatally shot. I'd like to dedicate this election in memory to Constable Mark Berdage and Constable Robin Cameron. Merci, thank you, and hi.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Congrès national des Italo-Canadiens, Quebec region, held on March 28, 2008, its first gala called Ordine al Merito. And as member for Saint-Michel, I had the honour of attending it. This initiative is intended to recognize the remarkable contribution of personalities over the years who have worked in exemplary fashion to develop and provide for the well-being of our communities, economically, socially, and culturally. I congratulate Mr. Antonio Cisiasa, President, and members of the Board of Administration for the gala. I also want to congratulate the award winners, Madame Maria Marelli in the social category, Mr. Gerlando Argento, development, economic development, Mr. Laricia, cultural, and Mr. Joe Reda, economic. All of these people have contributed in an exceptional fashion to the development.
Millwoods, Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago yesterday, my wife and I received word from doctors that our 2.5-year-old son Jaden had autism. Today, we mark the first ever UN World Autism Awareness Day. It's a day not only to discuss the many challenges that accompany this mysterious disorder, but to share and celebrate the truly unique and authentic individuals who have autism. Jaden may not be a star hockey player or a straight-A student, but he and other individuals with autism are remarkable in ways that we tend to undervalue in our goal-oriented society. Jaden doesn't know how to hate. He can be aggressive, but is never intentionally mean. And he doesn't know when other kids are being mean to him. He never gossips or holds a grudge. He's 100% genuine and honest with his feelings, something that's particularly difficult when he's sad because he's usually unable to communicate the reason for his tears. Mr. Speaker, almost every single person in Jaden's life would tell you that they got more from him than he takes from them. We should all hope to one day achieve that kind of impact through our own lives. Well said. Well said.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, on March 15th, Madame Monique Leroux, became the first woman in 108 years to be elected president and CEO of Mouvement Desjardins. She is also the first woman president of a major financial institution throughout the world. Madame Leroux, 53 years of age, was CEO and finance head at Desjardins and has been that since 2004. She's in the top 100 most influential women of Canada, top 25 persons to watch for 2008. And also, she's been awarded a prize from the Association des Femmes de Finance du Québec. In her past, she was an auditor for Ernst & Young. She was the head of the Ordre Comptable Agréé du Québec and held other positions. Congratulations to Madame Leroux. You're a role model for all Quebecers. We wish you great success in your new position.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new Liberal Intergovernmental Affairs critic, Gerard Kennedy, promised during the Liberal leadership race that he would run for election in Western Canada. Kennedy said the Liberals have to do a better job in representing the West, even if he has to run in the region himself. He also said the only thing that would prevent him from running out west would be if the Conservative government forced an election before the leadership convention. But that didn't happen. This anointed Liberal candidate is now running in Parkdale High Park in Toronto. Now, I know Parkdale High Park is on the western side of downtown Toronto, but it seems our friend is a little lost. Mr. Speaker, maybe Mr. Kennedy needs a lesson in geography, but as we witnessed in the recent by-elections, I think it'll take a lot more than that to find fortune for the Liberal Party in Western Canada.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 80th anniversary of diplomatic relations with Japan. This is an historic relationship that has been nurtured over the years since 1928. Although our countries are separated by the Pacific Ocean, we have built strong and lasting bridges in the areas of commerce, trade, cultural exchanges, peacekeeping missions. Miles apart, minds together. Japan has been the second largest economy in the world, and Canada has played an important and integral part in advancing business opportunities in Japan, as well as encouraging Japanese investments in Canada. Canadians of Japanese ancestry who arrived here over 100 years ago have contributed immensely in the areas of environment, commerce, architecture, to name a few. Today, the Canada-Japan Parliamentary Group will launch a reception where the highlight will be the relationship between our two countries with His Excellency Ambassador Namada of Japan. And this will be the first of a series of events bringing Canadians together to celebrate this unique and important relationship. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
The honourable member for Peterborough. Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, in yet another confusing development from Queen's Park, today Ontario Municipal Affairs Minister Jim Watson is criticizing the federal government on our commitment to affordable housing. Remarkable, considering the province has $165 million in unspent federal housing dollars from 2006. Wow. Premier McGuinty often complains about our criticism of his government, but when 2 years have passed and he can't seem to find a way to distribute federal housing dollars, well, you'll understand our frustration when he sends out ministers like Jim Watson who are less than fulsome in their remarks. Mr. McGuinty can try and play politics on important matters like affordable housing, but it'd be nice if he recognized his responsibility and actually got the job done. Perhaps while he's at it, Mr. Speaker, Dalton McGuinty might also want to send a signal that the province of Ontario actually wants to compete with other jurisdictions by reducing the provincial corporate income tax rate and even getting around to harmonizing their investment and job-killing PST with the GST, Mr. Speaker. Just a suggestion in the interest of all Ontarians.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the sad record of this Conservative government on Aboriginal education got worse. Yeah. First Nations Technical Institute was saved from closing not by these Conservatives but by the Ontario government, who guaranteed an additional funding of $1.5 million to make sure classes run next year. For 3 budgets, 2 economic statements, and uncountable lectures from the Conservative side of this House, Canadians have been told that education is a priority for this government, but their record proves otherwise. Exactly. No support for a crown jewel of Aboriginal education, FNTI, which was created through a partnership between Tyendinaga, the province of Ontario, and the federal government. Now the Conservatives are telling FNTI it should replace federal funding with fundraising. Congratulations to FNTI for this last-minute step back from the brink. But shame on this Conservative government for refusing to come to the table and work with Aboriginal people to ensure education really is a priority.
Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the publication of the well-known story Anne of Green Gables. To mark this anniversary, there will be many events in Prince Edward Island to commemorate and celebrate this event. The celebration of this anniversary offers my province and readers from around the world the chance not only to celebrate the character of Anne Shirley, but also to celebrate all things Montgomery's book has made famous: the power of creativity, optimism, determination, and the beauty of Prince Edward Island. The publication of Anne of Green Gables is a century ago has inspired great musicals, plays, television shows, movies, and other books that are thriving today. The imagination found in this book transcends the world, as it has been translated into 30 languages. Mr. Speaker, I extend an invitation to all to come to Prince Edward Island this year to celebrate the anniversary of this wonderful book, Anne of Green Gables.
The
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for economic development for the regions of Quebec and member for Jonquière-Alma got carried away and accused the Bloc Québécois of not being vigilant. Speaking of vigilance, he's incapable of negotiating his own budgets in Cabinet, and he has no clout whatsoever in his party. $107 million, that's what he lost for Quebec and the regions. Powerless is the first qualifier that comes to mind, but useless is even more appropriate. By accusing the Bloc in that way, the Minister is trying to make people forget that we were the ones who brought to light the $107 million in budget cuts. The Minister can decry the role of the Bloc Québécois in Ottawa, but the reality is that the majority of Quebecers trust the Bloc to represent them in Ottawa because it is the Bloc Québécois that best defends the interests of Quebecers.
Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the new UN resolution marking today, April the 2nd, 2008, the first annual World Autism Day. It's been more than a year and a half since I introduced my private member's motion calling for evidence-based standards, innovative funding arrangements for diagnosis, treatment and research, and a national surveillance program. The motion a été adoptée.
The motion was adopted in good faith and was supported by the government. It's regrettable that the Conservative government made no mention of a national strategy for autism in the last two budgets.
Improving the lives of hundreds of Canadian children and families, and I call on the government to work with the provinces to take concrete action and make the necessary investments to finally implement a national autism strategy.
The Honourable Member for Robert-Val-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, a few months into their 18th anniversary, the Bloc are undergoing an unprecedented existential crisis. We often hear the Bloc leader state that we can't reduce power with respect to closing Parliament. He is asked questions in Parliament, but it would seem to me that making statements like that, he should perhaps look to his own members. Indeed, the Bloc members have said, and I quote, that they find it wearing to be in the opposition. I agree with the unknown person who's made that statement, but perhaps they should stop trying to mislead the people, and perhaps they should stop trying not to be part of the government. They have their perpetual position. They have asked more than 4,000 questions in the House, but they've gotten 0 results. And what does that mean?
Order à l'ordre, questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday I used a 1988 quote from the Prime Minister on immigration, but he had more to say in 2001. Quote, "West of Winnipeg, the ridings, the Liberals hold are dominated by people who are either recent Asian immigrants or recent migrants from Eastern Canada, people who live in ghettos and are not integrated into Western Canadian society. In ghettos. Isn't it true the Prime Minister's view about immigration haven't changed in 20 years?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the views are nonsense, as is evidenced by the fact that under this government we have the highest levels ever of immigration in Canadian history that's helped fueling our economy. But on another note, I noticed today that the secretive and controlling Liberal leader is now trying to turn to the courts to censor the media, and it's based on the grounds, the argument, that being publicly identified as a Liberal in the province of Quebec can cause irreparable harm to someone's reputation. I understand that argument.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, since I did not get an answer to my question, I will ask it again in French. Here is what the Prime Minister said about immigrants and immigration in 2001. West of Winnipeg, ridings held by the Liberals are dominated by recently arrived immigrants, people who live in ghettos and who are not integrated into Western Canadian society. Is it not true that the views of the Prime Minister regarding immigration have not changed in 20 years? The Right Honourable Government House Leader.
Party, for example, that introduced the Chinese head tax. It's the Liberal Party that then expanded that to apply to all immigrants in the form of a high landing fee, and then it was the Liberal Party that opposed that reduction in the landing fee that we brought into place. And you know what? When we presented an apology for the Chinese head tax, do you know where the Liberal leader was? Nowhere to be seen. But you know where he is this week? Je comprends qu'il est dans...
I understand that he is in court. I think that the Leader of the Opposition wants to censor. He knows that people in Quebec do not want to be associated publicly with the Liberal Party.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have every right to be concerned about this government's hidden agenda on immigration, on censorship, on minority rights, on the Constitution. That's why I'm asking again, why is the government attempting to make radical changes to the immigration system through the back door instead of bringing forward independent legislation and being honest with Canadians?
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're very honest with Canadians. We tell them where we stand, and then we vote that way, and we stand in our place in this House and vote that way. And in fact, you know what? The Leader of the Opposition and his party are going to have a chance to do that on this very bill they're talking about, because the debate starts in this House tomorrow. They can debate it as long as they want. They can do what they like on the bill. They can even stand in their place and vote against it if they don't like it. We're waiting to see them do that, but I suspect that they'll implement his strategy of seeking only power and not bothering to stand up regardless of the issue. They're only interested in calling an election when the poll numbers are right for them.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, you can't fix the immigration backlog by giving the minister powers to pick her favorite immigrants. You can't fix the backlog by throwing a meager $22 million at the problem. You can't fix the backlog by cherry-picking the queue. And you shouldn't fix the backlog by capping immigration levels. This is not a solution to the problem. Will the minister admit that this so-called reform is a power grab so she gets to pick and choose who gets into the country, and will she then explain why we are supposed to trust her?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was the Liberals who created this mess in the first place. Even the Honourable Member admitted that himself when he said that the Liberals didn't get it done on immigration. What we're trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is make it possible for more immigrants to come to this country and for them to get here sooner. That's important. We need it for industry. We need families to be reunited. Employers need these people now. We're doing fair, it's transparent, it will be charter compliant because we need these people even if the Liberals don't want them to come here.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this week Quebec announced a new amount of funding of $68 million for immigration. Ontario recently announced additional funding as well, as did British Columbia. The only government, the federal government, has announced only $22 million to deal with the backlog. Will the minister finally admit immigration? Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting to hear the Liberals defend the system that they set up themselves. We are the ones who have invested $1.4 billion to make sure that the system succeeds. They are the one who voted against the funding, against this investment to help new people settle in Canada. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour indicated to the Globe and Mail that it would be important to put meat on the bones to know more about about Quebec, and he admitted that his knowledge was theoretical. Would he tell us what he's going to do to make sure that this recognition is made concrete? Mr. Speaker, since we have been in office, this party, the Conservative Party, has been the most open in helping Canada. I will start again. This party has had a policy of open federalism toward Quebec. This party is the most sensitive to Quebec's demands. What have we done since we've been in office? We have recognized the Quebec nation within a united Canada. We have given Quebec a seat at UNESCO, and we will continue to do other things. Why? Because we are open to Quebec. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, he said that we need to go further, we need to put this in the Constitution, but now he said that the situation is not ready. For 41 years, this has been worked on, but I don't think it's the fruit that's rotten, it is the very tree that is rotten. We have suggestions, quite simple suggestions that would not require a constitutional amendment. For example, recognizing that Quebec has an official language, and that language should be the language of work in enterprises under federal jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, unlike the former Liberal government, who were always rigid and showed little openness to Quebec, we have done the opposite. It is the dream of all Quebecers to see things like the nation and UNESCO, the end to the fiscal gap, all of those things in the constitutions. But we need the goodwill of the provinces. We need the consensus of the provinces, and the time is not ripe for that. The honourable member for Juliette. Well, the Conservatives have been here for many years, and still this hasn't happened. But I think we need to do something more than give a symbolic gesture. The Bloc Québécois has made a number of proposals to have the Québécois nation recognized, and we are also open to other suggestions and other possibilities. The government can and must act now. It has to walk the talk. Does the government realize that there is no reason to wait, and that right now it can recognize the Quebec nation in a concrete way? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, every day in this House, the action that the government takes reflects its policy of open federalism. The Bloc Québécois had an opportunity recently to support the budget introduced by the Minister of Finance, but they voted against it. It was going to bring in more money for the scholarship fund, but they voted against it. But he indicated that this was a good budget. We voted against it. How can we trust this finance minister? The government can show its open federalism by voting in favor of the Quebec motion to make sure that employees under federal jurisdiction in Quebec have French as their language of work. We know that their promises are just electioneering, and this is the case for the Minister of Transport. The Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, even though my colleague talks in this way, it is not persuasive. We know that when there is a need to deal with Quebec's problems, it is this government that has done so. We have eliminated the fiscal imbalance. We have recognized Quebec as a nation. We have given Quebec a seat at UNESCO. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, the eternal leader of the Bloc Québécois.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the eternal leader, even though he went for a little while, a very short time, to Quebec City. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, we understand a little better today why the PMO got involved in the primaries in the U.S. The government hoped to prevent the reopening of NAFTA instead of taking this as an opportunity to improve labor and environmental standards. The Minister of Trade wants to prevent this, but he said the opposite to others. Is he in favor or not of reopening NAFTA? The Honourable Government House Leader.
The leader of the NDP thinks that free trade has not been good for Canada. He apparently hasn't noticed the hundreds of thousands of new jobs that have been created as a result of that, the fact that our economy has prospered over the years. We understand that they want to go back to the old ways of fortresses against the rest of the world. We believe Canadians can succeed. We have the best things to offer, and the history and track record shows that that is indeed the case. We intend to continue with NAFTA, and we think that it's provided great benefits for Canada, for the Americans, for the Mexicans. We've all become more prosperous and more secure, and everyone's standard of living has risen as a result.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
We want to hear from this government a clear statement on whether or not NAFTA is going to be renegotiated and whether they're willing to start to do the right thing for the environment and for the hard-working families in this country. Because we're dealing with a minister who is the same old floor-crossing minister who signed the softwood sellout, where hundreds of working families are losing their jobs as we speak across this country, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is that there's a golden opportunity here to work with our friends across the border to fix a trade deal that isn't working for working families. Will they do it? Yes.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The reality is NAFTA has been working very well for working families in Canada. We have no intention of scrapping that. We know there is a party in the House of Commons that said that they would scrap it if they ever got to power, and when they got to power, which is the only thing they're ever interested in doing, they didn't bother to scrap it at all, and they kept it. And the reason why? Because it's good for Canada. And since we became the government, guess what? Things have been getting even better on the economy. Since we became government, nearly 800,000 new jobs for Canadians, good, high-paying, permanent, full-time jobs, almost all of them. And the strong economy has allowed us to reduce the GST to 5% to help every individual in Canada, working families, everybody alike.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is trying to cut corners by introducing sweeping immigration changes through a budget implementation bill. She plans to fix over 900,000 case backlog with a meager 1% departmental increase in funding. Why has this minister failed to convince her cabinet colleague Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, that immigration is indeed important to this country. What will the Minister admit in this House, as she did in committee, that she does not have enough resources to get her job?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
We are making real steps that Liberals certainly didn't make, to cut the backlog, to get more people here faster, to get families reunited faster, to get skilled workers here sooner. We are putting new resources to this, $22 million over the first 2 years, up to $37 million a year after that. But it's not enough just to throw money at it and put ourselves back into deficit, as the Liberals would have us do. We need to do it better, we need to do it smarter, and that's why I'm so pleased that the Liberal Party is supporting the budget where these changes are coming forward.
Urge the Honourable Member for Wascana to show a little restraint during that. The Honourable Member for... Order. The Honourable Member for Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, instead of fighting to get the needed funding to reduce backlogs, the minister wants the unilateral authority to decide who can come to Canada. People will not know whether their requests will be dealt with or not. Is she not aware that this will damage Canada's reputation?
Speaker, it was the Liberal government that tarnished the reputation of Canada when it comes to immigration. They promised a lot, they delivered very little. They're the ones that capped the number of people who come here by overburdening a system to the point now where it is crumbling about itself, where we're losing valuable talent, much needed talent to other countries, where the processing time is 3 to 6 months. Here it's 3 to 6 years. If we don't do something right away, something significant, which is what we're proposing, it will take immigrants 10 years to get here. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair to them, it's not fair to their families here, and it's not fair to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, this government has tried to hide sweeping immigration reforms into the budget bill and denied Parliament and all Canadians the opportunity to have an open and honest debate. Is this government afraid that such a debate will force them to abandon these discriminatory and unfair reforms to Canada's Immigration Act?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we put these measures into the budget bill. I'm pleased to say that it will be announced tomorrow. It will be debated tomorrow. And every member in this House will have the opportunity to address it at length. And it will be discussed in committee, giving full air to everyone's views. But, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals are going to suggest that this is discriminatory, let me assure you, all of these things will be in compliance with the Charter. For them to suggest that we would break the Charter, break the law, is simply more fear-mongering. It's irresponsible because they're only after power, not after helping people.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. The legislation gives the Minister unilateral powers to refuse to process applications and to discriminate against newcomers based on background, region, or skill sets. Will this minister admit that these reforms remove equality from Canada's immigration system and give her the ability to close the door on those she does not want?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member really should listen a little bit.
Order. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member really should listen up a little bit. We want more immigrants to come here. We want to get them here sooner. We want them here sooner than the 6 years it takes, thanks to the previous government's actions. Mr. Speaker, all of our instructions will be Charter compliant, and the Charter does not allow discrimination by race, religion, or ethnicity. The honourable member should know that by now. We want more people to get here sooner. We're going to get the job done, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Honourable
The honourable member for Montcorel-Fortin.
Mr. Speaker, 3 reports have called upon the federal government to clarify the Telecommunications Act, the CST, in order to better protect the privacy of Canadians communicating with those abroad. The CST Commissioner has asked the government to take action as soon as it can. Why doesn't the minister? How can the Minister of Defence justify his inaction? Isn't it because he's quite comfortable with the potential attacks against privacy? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, questions pertaining to the security of Canadians is very important. That's why the agency, including the agency mentioned by my colleague, are included in the process designed to protect the privacy of our citizens and to protect the interests, private interests. These 2 issues are extremely important, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Marc-Carl-Fortin. Precisely. If it's important, he would have already taken action, but the government has had more than a year to take action. The Minister of Defence authorizes interception for this type of private communication rather than an impartial judge. Does the Minister agree that given the importance of this issue, that the security establishment should be given different limitations with respect to intercept private communications, particularly with respect to foreign interception? The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary of the National Defence.
The security of Canadians is paramount to this government, and CSEC is another tool that government employs to ensure that. CSEC directs its intelligence activities at foreign targets located outside Canada, and Canada is prohibited by the National Defence Act from targeting communications of Canadians. Section 273 of the Act requires the authorization of the Minister of National Defence to intercept communications of foreign targets outside Canada, even if those communications originate or terminate in Canada. I'd also like to point out that the CSE Commissioner, former Supreme Court Justice Gontier, has confirmed the lawfulness of the CSEC activities reviewed.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance's budget in February is opening the date to compensation to harmonize Ontario taxes. It was written, and I quote, "The government is prepared to cooperate with the 5 provinces who continue to apply sales tax in order to facilitate transition with respect to value-added taxes and the GST." Can the Minister of Finance, can he tell us whether he's going to assist Ontario as he already did for the Maritimes? The Honourable Minister of Finance. To thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker.
Budget to the provinces that do not have harmonized sales taxes with the GST, that we'd be prepared to work with them to accomplish that. Some discussions have taken place with some of those provinces. In the same way, I might add, Mr. Speaker, that in the budget last year we provided an incentive for those provinces that still have capital taxes to eliminate those capital taxes. Several provinces have taken steps in that regard, and I'm pleased to see that the province of Ontario took that step in its budget last week.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Quebec harmonized its taxes in 1993-94, and it didn't receive 1 cent from the federal government to do so. Quebec had spent about $2 billion on this process. Will the Quebec get this $2 billion back as compensation? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We work with the provinces continually, really, Mr. Speaker, with respect to tax matters and the integration of tax initiatives, tax policies, including the Registered Disability Savings Plan, which we created with thanks to the Bloc for your support on that, and including the working income tax benefit to help people enter the workforce. So there's regular facilitation of tax policy with the provinces. The province of Quebec has also taken up the incentive with respect to capital taxes, moving toward their elimination in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Heritage and the former Vice President of the LXB advertising firm. The honourable member for Barossa. I'm not sure if they're going to keep on clapping. My question is for the Minister of Heritage and the former Vice President of the LXB advertising firm. De La Rochefoucauld already said when speaking of censure, and I quote, "Mediocre minds tend to condemn everything beyond their grasp." Does she want to identify with the fans of Premier Duplessis and ensure that culture, creation, and cinema be controlled by religious lobbyists? Why is she refusing to amend Bill C-10, which will put us 50 years back? Duplessis is turning in his grave. The Honourable. Order, please. Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order. Mr. Speaker, I, of course, would like to welcome my new heritage critic for the official opposition. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, he hasn't been given the portfolio for a status of women. At least that's good. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, the government's intent are the same that were announced back in 2002 and 2003. The honourable member for Barossa. Mr. Speaker.
From better people.
The impact is not only in creation but also on the Canadian economy. In Quebec alone, the film industry represents 29,000 jobs, and spin-offs represent $1.14 billion. Tax credits represent 25% of the funding. Her power trip with her religious friends will ensure that the banks are not going to want to fund the film industry. What more does the Minister of the Index need in order to have the criminal code reassure de la Franchot, who is another fan of censure, the Honourable Minister of Heritage? Nothing more, nothing less than what was found in the attention of the previous government, his former colleagues back in 2000, 2003, 2002. And in a few minutes, I'd be discussing this issue with the Senate committee. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-50, ripping the heart out of Canada's immigration system by Canada's orders exercised in secret. Bill C-10, ideological censorship of film and video productions by cabinet orders imposed in secret. And now, Bill C-46, a sneak attack on the democratic rights of farmers to control the wheat board, again by cabinet orders imposed in secret. Why does this government that ran on accountability have so much dirty work being done in secret?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's apparently the Liberal leader who's into being controlling in secret of the estates, and I didn't get a chance to compléter en français.
What I understand is that the Liberal Party is trying to go to the courts to censor the media. This gesture the Liberals are saying that it's going to tarnish its reputation. Perhaps that may be true. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
I thank the Minister, Mr. Speaker, for that irrelevant answer. Bill C-46 kills democratic producer control over the wheat board. By the stroke of a pen, in the middle of the night, the Minister will have the power to destroy the board by issuing a secret cabinet order. There will be no reference to Parliament or the courts or the wheat board's producer directors. There will be no democratic right for farmers to vote. Why has this minister launched a sneak attack on prairie farmers just to please his Republican friends in Washington?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I had some great meetings with industry and with the new Secretary of Agriculture in the U.S. in Washington the other day, and surprisingly, the wheat board didn't come up at all. The meetings that I have with farmers across the country, of course, the wheat board does come up in Western Canada. They're willing to move ahead. They're wanting to move ahead. They're sick and tired of that government hiding the free market from them. We will deliver for farmers, Mr. Speaker. We always put farmers first.
Honourable member for Burlington.
are about good government for Canadians. Where Liberals are only interested in what being in government can do for them. So it should come as no surprise that when the Liberals had the chance, they failed on all accounts to bolster and strengthen our product safety system in Canada. Thankfully, our government is taking action where the Liberals couldn't and wouldn't. Would the Minister of Health please update this House on how our government intends to strengthen Canadian confidence in the products that they use every day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Health. Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his analysis of the situation. I think he's absolutely correct. After being only interested in power and about their own self-justification, the Liberal Party did nothing in the area of product safety, of consumer safety for 13 long years. Of course, when we realized the situation, we directed our officials to do a thorough review. In the throne speech, the Prime Minister moved forward with an ambitious plan to overhaul the product system in Canada. We're moving forward. The Prime Minister announced last December a new food and consumer safety action plan. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering where the Liberals dithered.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, well, average Canadians are being ripped off by the telecom giants who are arbitrarily throttling information on the internet. This is about a practice of a few large players being able to squeeze out smaller competition. So what steps will the Minister of Industry take to ensure that consumers who paid for access are not going to be ripped off, that badly needed competition will not be squeezed off, and to send a message to the telecom giants that they have no business monkey-wrenching with the free flow of information?
Here, here. Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, for the edification of my friend, the Internet is not regulated in Canada. We continue to monitor the discussion that's taking place, but there is no regulation of the relationship between Internet providers and consumers, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to see how the issue unfolds.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, this minister's hands-off approach to hands-on interference is bad news for the development of a Canadian innovation agenda. Net neutrality is a cornerstone of an innovative economy because it's the consumer and the innovator that needs to be in the driver's seat. Not Ma Bell, not Rogers, not Videotron. They have no business deciding what information is in the fast lane and what information is in the slow lane. So this minister come out of the Gestetner age and take an action on the issue of net throttling.
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that virtually all members of the House could agree that if anyone inhabits the Gestetner age, it's the NDP party, which would carry our country into the economic backwater that they propose. We have a well-advanced Internet system in this country, Mr. Speaker. It is not publicly regulated, and at this point in time, we will continue to leave the matter between consumers on the one hand and Internet service providers on the other. Thank you.
Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Speaker, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs has bungled the Brendan Martin case from day one. Now we have to take her word that she's in fact back on the file. How can she, however, find out who leaked personal information on Ms. Martin when she couldn't even escape the media chasing her through a store? This is the same minister who refused to visit Brendan Martin because she was too busy, Mr. Speaker, at a cocktail party only minutes from the prison. Rather than thinking she's back to cause more damage in this case, will the minister save herself the humiliation of being fired and resign from cabinet immediately?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Hard to say that my colleague, the Secretary of State, has done a fantastic job on this and other files defending the rights of Canadians imprisoned abroad. We're proud of her hard work, Mr. Speaker. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Secretary of State went to Mexico and met with senior officials from multiple ministries, local, state, and federal, Mr. Speaker, whereas that member shows up for photo ops, Mr. Speaker, trying to exploit the misery of Canadians imprisoned abroad.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, it's because of that member that Hussein Jalil can't be found and is rotting away in a prison in China. We don't need a lesson from that member or his party on looking after Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We've done that job. He hasn't.
The minister has even had some involvement disclosing information that will hurt Mrs. Martin's reputation in order to divert attention from the incompetence of the minister. If the Privacy Commissioner's investigation proves that this has been the case, will she resign? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Jim Sampson, Zara Kazemi. That's the Liberal record on consular affairs, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. From the day that Hussein Jalil was detained in Uzbekistan in March of 2006, we were completely preoccupied with the case, and the actions of this government in that matter have been endorsed by the World Uyghur Congress, the Canadian Uyghur Congress, the lawyers for Mr. Jalil, Amnesty International, and Mr. Jalil's family, Mr. Speaker. And we know the Liberals, what they would be doing, Mr. Speaker, if they were in power about a Canadian in prison behind bars in China.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Issues used to be a priority for this government before they decided they desperately needed to prevent Conservative officials from testifying before a committee with respect to offers made to Chuck Cadman. They won't even hold a 30-second vote at the Justice Committee to hold supplemental hearings on the criminal code and attempts to bribe members of Parliament. They make the chair run away and shut down entirely the Justice Committee. Mr. Speaker, what is the government so afraid of? Why are they so afraid to have Conservative officials tell the truth before a committee?
They'd be exposed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Again, Mr. Speaker, tough words from my colleague from Beausejour, but the reality is actions speak louder than words, and I'm thankful for the member from Beausejour for his continued support of this government. You know, when the budget bill came before this House of Commons, there was in fact a non-confidence effort by the Liberals on our budget. I voted against the non-confidence motion because I want this Conservative government to go forward and continue serving Canadians, and then my colleague took the same position, except for he didn't vote for it because he couldn't be bothered to show up.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, we'll see.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we'll see if he can answer the question in French. Important issues like identity theft have been put back on the back burner, but the government can't even hold a 30-second vote. People from New Brunswick, from British Columbia, were snubbed by the committee members who abdicated their responsibilities for the third time. Will the government stop this craziness in the committee? Will the Prime Minister tell the truth if he were invited to tell it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
He's the former chief of the Calgary Police Force. He's been an outstanding member of Parliament. He needs no lessons from the member for Beausejour. And when it comes to committee hearings, when it comes to voting at committees and committees doing their business, since when did Liberals actually care about turning up and voting in this Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, for the 350th anniversary of Trois-Rivières, the Minister answered me by saying that this would be the cultural capital for the year and that she would help with the funding. But we find out now that the Minister of Canadian Heritage has refused to fund the arts program. Well, can the Minister tell us that because Trois-Rivières is the City of the Year, that it is no longer entitled to any other funding, even for activities that such as the International, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage? Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that grants and contributions from the Department of Canadian Heritage have to abide by well-established criteria, and one program will never jeopardize another program. Usually, these programs are there to help put on various activities, but I will make a commitment to look into the file for her and give her an answer on the matter. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. I'm happy to hear that the programs are there to help regions because the Saint-Hubert Airport is a very important project for my region. The Minister of Economic Development should adapt his programs and his budget based on the projects that are presented to him, particularly with respect to airport development. That is, that we shouldn't stop asking the projects to adapt to their criteria. Does the minister, will he resolve this problem quickly and at least look at the scope of this project, which will help our region out tremendously? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Economic Development is there to help the diversification of regions. We have a budget of about $200 million. When someone applies for a project, well, such as that one, we cannot always support them, but when an application is relevant, we're always there to help these people. So I would invite the member to continue discussing with my officials.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Environment Minister claimed that he met with his cabinet colleagues in Ottawa in October of 2006 concerning the contribution agreement for Ottawa's LRT project. But, according to public records, the ministers that he claimed to have met were out of town. So, Mr. Speaker, either these government records are false or the minister isn't telling the truth. So which is it?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more but an attempt by the Liberal Party to change the channel on their weak leadership and the fact that they're not standing up and voting for their constituents, Mr. Speaker. The reality is the Liberal Party is only interested in returning to power. This party is interested in principle. This party is interested in creating jobs, hope and opportunity for Canadians, and we're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, David Henneque was stripped of his Order of Canada for repeatedly making racist, anti-immigrant statements, and in particular for stating that Jews are a disease, that they can currently control the media, and that the Holocaust was justified because it was Hitler's way of preventing the Jewish control of Europe. Notwithstanding these facts, the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations recently decided to reinstate Mr. Henneque as a senator within their organization, a position which is considered to be one of honor and leadership. This is a disturbing decision, so I'd like to know what actions the Minister of Indian Affairs plans to take in this matter.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely disappointed and disturbed by the decision of the Federation to reinstate David Henneque as a senator. The past comments by this person have been very hurtful, inappropriate, and go against everything that this country stands for. There's a trial scheduled for this fall, and it must run its course. Our government has valued the positive working relationship that we've had with the Federation. However, based on their latest decision, we will be reviewing that relationship, including the funding that goes with it. In the meantime, I have given clear instructions to my staff and to my department that they are not to participate in any meetings with the Federation if Mr. Henneque is involved. And again, I urge the FSIN to reconsider their regrettable decision.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, the impending sale of the jewel of Canada's space industry is not in the interest of Canadian sovereignty. RADARSAT 2 is now a target to be bought by an American weapons maker due to a weak law and underfunding of the space agency by the previous Liberal government and continued by the current government. This government promised openness and transparency, but on this file it's been anything but. Despite exercising its right to put off the decision for 30 days, has the Minister of Industry made a decision to allow the sale of RADARSAT 2?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member knows full well, I did, on or about March 20th, grant a 30-day extension for the period of review of this transaction. As I've said previously, I will discharge the responsibilities that I have under the Investment Canada Act to the letter of the law. I will also fulfill the responsibilities that I have to the taxpayers of Canada under the various agreements between the Canadian Space Agency and this particular company. So my friend will have to be patient, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs also claimed that the sale of RADARSAT 2 is in the Industry Minister's responsibility, but MDA lawyers have confirmed that the Department of Foreign Affairs requested an application for a license amendment to move ownership of RADARSAT 2 to the U.S. Can the Industry Minister tell us who's in charge here? And if he needed a 30-day extension to make his decision on MDA, why is the Foreign Affairs Minister paving the way to sell Canada's world-class space technology to a U.S. weapons manufacturer?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, my friend mischaracterizes both the facts and the situation. On March 20th, on or about March 20th, MDA Geospatial submitted to Foreign Affairs, as they are required to do, a proposed amendment to the license of RadarSat number 2. The point, however, Mr. Speaker, is that is premature. Both that proposed amendment and, in fact, my friend's question depends firstly on the exercise of the authority by the Minister of Industry, myself, under the Investment Canada Act. Stated in other words, if the issue is RadarSat number 2 and the amendment of a license, it depends on whether or not there's a sale of the company, and I will decide that in due course.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Mary Schreier, Minister of Social Development and Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women for New Brunswick. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Yes, I have a couple of notices of points of order. I'll hear first from the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Speaker, yesterday the member from Halton, during his question period, and I want to quote, says, the member from Burlington has broken the rules with an illegal mailing that he expects taxpayers to pay for. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I have followed every single rule set out by this House of Commons. Following this, the member's statement was inaccurate, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the member of Halton have the integrity to apologize and withdraw his statement yesterday.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Halton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, I would never bring an issue to this House that is that serious without having much justification and also without having verification of this. And actually, the member opposite had delivered this week 29,000 copies of a 10%er to a postal substation in which it is only allowed to have 5,600 copies distributed. It's a flagrant abuse of the rules. The party opposite has been sending out millions of pieces of mail, and all of these mailings have been breaking the rules of this House. And Speaker, you are responsible for the oversight of these rules. And I think it's time, Speaker, that you looked into this.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the member is mistaken, and what he's characterizing as one 10%er is in fact very many. And furthermore, his suggestion that it's inappropriate to send them in other constituencies. I have in my hands a mailing that the member for Halton Centre sent in Edmonton under the caption, with the Liberal Party logo at the top, under the caption, a message from, and it has the name of the member for Halton Centre, for Halton, and the Alberta Liberal Caucus, whatever creature that is, all about very important issues in Alberta that he cares about. Mr. Speaker, obviously the man is speaking with no basis in reality, and he's in one of those glass houses throwing stones that he really shouldn't tempt.
Order. The Honourable Secretary of State is rising on a point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking of raising this prior to the Easter constituency week, but I decided not to out of generosity of spirit. But now that the member has refused to apologize, I wanted to bring to your Honour's attention the fact that I believe it was on the Wednesday prior to our Easter constituency break, I received, and I believe all members of this place received in an official House of Commons franked envelope from that member for Halton, an advertisement for his new book entitled Greater Fool. Mr. Speaker, quite appropriately entitled Greater Fool, The Troubled Future of Canadian Real Estate, published by Key Porter Books, inviting us all to a book launch event to go and buy his book. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know why that member is using taxpayer-funded parliamentary resources to sell his book from which he receives personal profit.
Order. I think we're getting a little beyond points of order here, but I will hear the honourable member for Halton, and then the matter will end.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond, and I thank the member. Speaker, just so the member is not under any false impressions, the invitation that I laid on his desk, hoping he would come to my event, the invitation was paid for by me, and I have the receipt. The envelopes in question were purchased from the House of Commons. It cost $8.95 for me to buy that box. And again, I really regret the speaker. The member did not come.
He can go and see the member and look at the receipt in his office. We're not getting into that. That's the end of that one. Okay. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government. Is this the same point of order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services has another point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I promise it's a quick one and a different one. In my answer to the supplementary question from the member from Beausejour, I gave my colleague from Calgary Northeast a promotion posthumously, but there you are, on his career. He was actually a detective, not the chief of the Calgary Police, and I wanted to make sure that was clear.
I'm sure that the member for Calgary Northeast will appreciate the correction. Now, okay, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Two of the standing orders of the House of Commons, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages a treaty entitled the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance Statutes, as amended. An explanatory memorandum is enclosed with this treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report on the delegation of the OSCE Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the election observation mission held in Kiev, Ukraine on September 30th, 2007. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have actually 2 reports from interparliamentary delegations. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the joint meeting of the Defence and Security, Economics and Security, and the Political Committees held in Brussels, Belgium, and the European Commission on February 17th to 19th, 2008. As well, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the Defence and Security Committee held in Berlin, Germany on November 5th and 6th, 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not today. Not today. Order. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Mrs. August Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in relation to its study on the relation to its study of the access to information request for the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade internal report entitled Afghanistan 2006, Good Governance, Democratic Development, and Human Rights. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of recommendations in this report, the most significant of which is that the government introduce a new Access to Information Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee also requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities entitled Employability in Canada, Preparing for the Future. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in relation to the study of the Mulroney-Airbus settlement entitled The Mulroney-Schreiber Affair, Our Case for a Full Public Inquiry. Mr. Speaker, the report contains only one recommendation as follows. Quote, that the government appoint a commissioner of inquiry pursuant to Part 1 of the Inquiries Act at the earliest possible date, and that the commissioner be granted a broad mandate to inquire into the Mulroney-Schreiber affair. Mr. Speaker, the report also includes 2 supplementary opinions and 1 minority report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee also requests, Mr. Speaker, that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. If I may, Mr. Speaker, as the chair of the Ethics Committee, I want to thank the permanent members of the committee and other members of Parliament who participated in the hearing for their support and efforts in discharging our collective responsibilities. As well, no parliamentary committee can function properly without experience and support of House of Commons and Library of Parliament personnel. Our clerks, legal advisors, research analysts, translators, and other technical and support personnel were invaluable in helping us to organize and present our hearings directly to the people of Canada. I am extremely grateful for their exceptional efforts under some of the most challenging and historic circumstances ever experienced in the Parliament of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the reference and Standing Order 104, I have the honour as a Vice Chair of the committee to present the 15th report of the Standing Committee of House Affairs, Procedure in House Affairs with respect to the committee list, the changes to membership. If the House gives its consent, I intend later this day to move concurrence under the heading
Sudbury.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study on the implementation of Justice John Gomery's 19 recommendations. The committee strongly recommends that the government immediately embark on a formal study of Justice John Gomery's 19 recommendations arising from the Commission of Inquiry into the Sponsorship Program and advertising activities, and report back to the House of Commons within 6 months on how it intends to address the recommendations, including those recommendations that it rejects.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
Production of private members' bills. Ms. McDonough, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Accountability in Respect of Canada's Obligations under International Treaties. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, it's my privilege this afternoon to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Accountability in Respect of Canada's Obligations under International Treaties. If enacted, the Minister of Foreign Affairs or any minister responsible for implementing Canada's international obligations would be required to submit to each House of Parliament a report setting out Canada's progress in implementing the international treaties to which Canada is a signatory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. McDonough, seconded by Mr. Dewar, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Mulcair, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Currency Act and the Royal Canadian Mint Act, Abolition of the Cent. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear, that's the abolition of the cent, not abolition of the Senate. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is based on the premise that the penny is of no commercial value, it does not circulate, and it costs more to produce than it's worth. I guess some parallels to the Senate. There are approximately 20 billion...
Order. I'd remind the honourable member that he must not speak disrespectfully of the other place. It's a requirement of our standing orders, so he might want to restrain himself. The cent is one thing, and he better stick with that since that's the subject of the bill. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's right. This bill is about the abolition of the penny, and we'll keep it to that. I'm proud to introduce this. Many Canadians believe the penny is an expensive nuisance. They believe that we're spending $130 million a year to produce something that no one wants or needs, and therefore this bill would phase it out of circulation. It would make it so that the penny is no longer legal tender as of January 1st, 2009, and it would introduce a rounding system whereby prices would be adjusted to the nearest nickel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Mulcair, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Pour le projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Motion, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion that the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs previously introduced be now adopted. Does the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord have unanimous consent of the House to present the motion? Agreed?
So the motion is at the pleasure of the House to adopt it. Agreed? And so ordered. Motions? Motion? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent for the adoption of the following motion that that September 21st be deemed Peace Day every year. Does the honourable member for Papineau have the unanimous consent of the House to present her motion? There is not consent.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting a petition from residents of Prince Edward Island with the appropriate number of signatures that are concerned about Canada Post switching residents from door-to-door mail delivery to community mailbox delivery without properly assessing the safety of these community mailboxes to the residents. Many of the community mailboxes being established in the province of Prince Edward Island are no safer than regular mailboxes and have additional problems in terms of accessibility, litter, snow buildup and the environment. The petitioners request Parliament to ensure proper consultations with the affected customers and a thorough assessment of the location of the community mailboxes before they are put in place.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present a petition from constituents in my riding of Cambridge. The petitioners call upon Parliament to enact legislation which would recognize unborn children as separate victims when they are injured or killed during the commission of an offence against a pregnant woman.
The honourable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Workers throughout Quebec are signing a petition calling on this government to respect Bill 101, which is the language of work in Quebec. Once again, I have the honor to present petitions from these workers. I have about 100 signatures here today who want immediate legislation to have Bill 101 complied with by this government.
Enter. Or did I get the wrong one? North. Sorry, North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present a petition signed by a number of individuals in the Toronto area. And the petitioners state that there is currently no mechanism in law that specifically recognizes acts of domestic violence perpetrated by law enforcement personnel. They ask for the government and the RCMP to do some studies on this matter, to see how other jurisdictions handle these particular situations, and ultimately introduce changes to the criminal code. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a number of petitions from thousands and thousands of Canadians in opposition to Senate Bill 203, which is a placebo bill not going to be effective on animal cruelty, calling upon the government to enact effective animal cruelty legislation like My Bill 373, or for the government to implement a similar bill. This is in addition to over 130,000 signatures that have already been presented to this House.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, l'honorable secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. Avis de motion
Notice of motions for the production of papers.
To the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. And so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Layton concerning corporate tax cuts.
Mr. Layton, seconded by Mr. Mulcair, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Conservative government's massive corporate tax cuts are destroying any balance between taxes for large, profitable corporations and ordinary Canadians. They are stripping the fiscal capacity of the federal government. They are disproportionately benefiting the financial, oil and gas sectors while leaving others behind, including manufacturing and forestry, and in so doing have failed to invest in those hard-hit sectors and the needs of everyday working Canadians. Therefore, this House has lost confidence in the government. Debate. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I will be sharing my time with the member from for Outremont. I'm very pleased to speak in favour of this motion because the motion demands a balanced fiscal approach to make life more fair for hard-working Canadian families. And the NDP believes that there must be a place where businesses and families can prosper together. And that's not what we're seeing today, because over the last 20 years, governments, successive governments, have picked the boardroom table over the kitchen table. Ils ont aidé.
They have helped those who make record profits, like major polluters and banks, but they have neglected the priorities of families today who are having increasing difficulty making ends meet. Over the past 20 years, over half of Canadian families have seen their income fall. The 100 best-paid CEOs now earn 218 times more than the average Canadian. In 9 hours, 33 minutes, they earn what the average Canadian earns in a whole year. Over the past 20 years, the burden of government revenues has fallen more to families than to major corporations. In the latest budget, the Conservative government will be bringing in 12% more taxation from individuals, but 14% less from big companies over the next 3 years. This is not fair. This is not balanced.
Corporations to the combined personal and corporate tax revenue of this country will decline to below 25% in the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker. And this new trend is due in large part to the huge corporate tax cuts announced in the 2007 economic statement. The Conservative corporate tax giveaways are draining the fiscal capacity to build the kind of Canada that our Canadian people want us to build with and for them and their communities. The Conservatives have surrendered 12.2%, nearly 1/8 of future federal revenues. The unbalanced, across-the-board nature of these cuts is stripping Canada's fiscal capacity. Now, it's a great boon to the banks and to the oil and gas companies, Mr. Speaker, because they're the ones making the profits, enormous profits, oftentimes at the same time as picking the pockets of the hard-working consumers across this country who are just trying to get some gas or take their own money out of the bank or pay their credit cards. But it does precious little to help out the entrepreneurs who are feeling the tough economic times. The agenda means that the fewer fiscal shock absorbers will be there to protect the middle class when we move into uncertain economic times. And therefore, it's very unwise and is going to leave more and more people behind as we find ourselves in tough economic problems. Giving away billions of dollars to big banks and big polluters while ignoring the key strategic investments that our economy and our society need in our ailing manufacturing and forestry sectors, for example, or in the social priorities which Canadians are asking us to address. This giveaway is creating irreversible damage. It's not something that can be fixed easily. For the last 20 years, while governments have followed this unbalanced approach, everyday families have suffered. Education is now out of reach for more and more families. Infrastructure is crumbling all across the country. The cost of prescription drugs is skyrocketing to the point where many people simply can't afford the medications that their doctor tells them they need in order to be well. And while government hands out deep corporate tax cuts, over 4 million Canadians don't even have a family doctor. Alors que le gouvernement...
The federal government is reducing Canada's fiscal capacity to provide services that families need. But guess who is now shouldering that burden? The women of this country who work 24 hours a day, looking for costly daycare, which is hard to find, looking after their elderly relatives, and trying to make ends meet, even though grocery items are becoming increasingly expensive. These are working mothers that are being hurt by the ill-informed policies of this government.
First, Mr. Speaker, it's time for a balanced approach. Not long ago in this chamber, we saw an earlier government propose a $4.6 billion corporate tax giveaway. The NDP stood up and said it was the wrong approach, and we recommended that investments be made. And indeed, ultimately, that decision was made, and we were able to adopt a budget that was balanced, that met those tests. And the NDP believes that Canada must have a competitive tax regime for businesses, but not at the expense of hard-working families, and not across-the-board giveaways to companies who don't need the help. We want Canada to be a great place to invest and for businesses to prosper. But they're not going to prosper if our communities are crumbling and our families can't have their basic needs met on a daily basis, and we can't have the educated workforce that is needed here. Improvements for businesses and families need to move in lockstep together. That's how you keep the balance in shape. We shouldn't be choosing one over the other, as this budget is doing. It is possible to do both. We're a strong, innovative, and wealthy country. The problem now is that the few are going to be the beneficiaries of that gift that Canadians should be sharing in a much more just and sensible and balanced way. Now, the NDP's motion is a motion of non-confidence because the Conservative government has had 26 months to turn things around and make life more affordable for middle-class and everyday and ordinary Canadians of all kinds. But they chose not to do that. They chose to put the corporations first. The champagne bottles were popping on Bay Street. And as a result, the gap between the rich and the rest of Canadians is growing, and nobody can prove to the contrary. In fact, all you have to do is spend a little time with Canadians in their homes and at their kitchen tables, and you'll know that that's the hard reality that they're facing. The Canadians have shown, the Conservatives have shown, that ordinary Canadians cannot have confidence that they will make life more fair, more affordable for them and their families. So it's time to take a more balanced approach, Mr. Speaker. That's what the NDP has worked for many decades, and we're not about to stop now. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the New Democrats states that our corporate tax cuts have disproportionately benefited the oil and gas sectors. But this flies in the face of the facts. In fact, in Budget 2007, we began the phase-out of the accelerated capital cost allowance that applies to machinery, equipment, and structures for the oil sands, both in situ and above ground. And this, in effect, took away an advantage of billions of dollars that the oil sands previously received as a result of this indirect subsidy. So clearly, the NDP's position on this is not consistent with the facts. And I suspect that the reason why they are taking this position is that they realize that they have no chance of ever gaining electorally in the province of Alberta. And so they've decided to play electoral politics with an issue that is of national importance. And a national party would not play that kind of regional politics, pitting one region of the country against the other.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, although I'm having trouble grasping the essential logic of it, I must admit, because what he's trying to claim is that the Conservative government is somehow taking action that's going to make life difficult for Albertans, but that it's somehow the New Democrats' fault, and that we're somehow playing politics with it. Here's the truth of the matter. We rose in this place many, many times calling for that subsidy to the big oil and gas companies to be removed. I recall having phrased it a number of different ways in this House, Mr. Speaker, on numerous occasions. And finally, despite the inaction of the previous government on the matter, finally this government decided to respond with a 3-year phase-out. But guess what? They decided to give an across-the-board corporate profits tax reduction at the same time, far overriding any of the implications of this previous arrangement. And that's why the champagne corks were popping at Exxon, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we make the claim that this government is putting the interests of those large and profitable companies first. If we needed any more proof, we could ask them why they won't do something to protect Canadians who get gouged at the gas pumps by the same companies that they want to help out with tax giveaways.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened, as usual, with a great deal of interest to the remarks by the Leader of the NDP. I would like to mention something that is close to my heart, and that is the rhetoric, the empty rhetoric by the Conservatives. He is denouncing the lack of action by the government, and he, in our area where he came to meet with, present his candidate, in our area we are often told and accused when we defend this particular issue that we don't have confidence in our businesses. It isn't the case, though. It is not something like the income trust issue. is not a case of the private sector being able to look after itself, so I'd like to hear what the leader has to say.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Thank you. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Rimouski. She's right. We were given a very warm reception by the people in her region. It's a beautiful region, and the people were very cordial to the NDP team. But the member's right to underscore the depth of the forestry crisis. The government has taken no action. Instead of implementing or establishing strategic investments for these key industries in our society, the government gave a gift given indiscriminately to big, profitable corporations. And that's why we have this motion before us now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will have another opportunity to see how the Liberal Party is going to react once again to the motion. The government, it is using all kinds of astuces or whimsical inaction in the government's budget. However, if we're to take the Liberals seriously, we'll have to believe that they're going to be voting against the budget. Since they are the official opposition, they should be expressing themselves against the government choices. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives know exactly what's going to happen with the Liberals as usual. They know that they will do anything, include hiding behind various bills, because the Liberals are much too weak to really deal with the Conservatives. This afternoon, we're looking at a motion which blames the government on it for the budget choices. These choices have really radically changed the face of Canada, and I'm going to give you a very specific example to illustrate what I am saying. In the 5.2 graph of the budget that the Conservative government just issued, we see something that betrays their real intentions. There we can see that starting today, we're at the start of a financial trimester, and for a period of 2 years, the contribution made by individual taxes, you, me, the people who are listening to us, the workers, their families, when you look at this individually, when you look at you can see that it will be going up by 12%, whereas the contributions made by corporations will be reduced by 14%, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. That is the budgetary choices, disgraceful as they are, made by the Conservative government. So the individuals have to bear the brunt. They have to deal with a 12% increase, whereas corporations get a decrease of 14%. Just look at the graph 5.2 in the budget. We are extremely annoyed by this choice. And what is the official opposition doing? Well, I can see they're trying to prepare the new star for Toronto Centre, who is going to try to teach us some lessons. Yesterday, he tried to dupe the population with citing false statistics, saying that when he talked about Sweden and United Kingdom, etc., what did he say? What did his Liberal colleague said? He said, in the 4 countries that I just named, they have a corporation act that is lower than the Canadian rate. Oh, yeah? Let's take a look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Here in Canada, with the latest decrease, and hold this in your minds, 19.9% of the tax rates for corporation, 19.5. Remember that. And then it's going to be reduced by 5%, so that'll be 15%. What's the tax rate for corporations in Sweden today? 28%. Great Britain, 30. Denmark, 30. Norway, 28. That's the reality, and not what the Liberals talked about yesterday to try and justify something that cannot be justified. They are so soft, they have such a lack of conviction, and they did it once again. They're going to support the budget of the Conservatives. Conservative or Liberal, same fight, Mr. Speaker. If they had a little bit of conviction, if they really, really believed in anything whatsoever, they would be standing up to criticize, to cast doubt, to question the choices made by the Conservative government in the budget. But you'll see when the new member for Toronto Centre rises, you're going to see he's going to probably sit on his hands as well, because if the corporation tax rate had been decreased, it's because the weak leader of the opposition already said that corporate taxes could be cut. All I wanted, the Minister of Finance said, I would never cut corporate taxes like that. I would never have dared to do that. So it's a Conservative. He would have wanted to do it, but he didn't think he'd be able to do it. But it's the current leader of the Liberal Party of Canada who said that he should cut back to that extent. And that's exactly what's happening right now. That's what's so scandalous. So in order to, and now instead of just hiding behind this and trying to leave the House or remain in a seat sitting on their hands, now, and I'm really anxious to hear what the people have to say, that the Conservative budget choices comply with theirs. A party that has the nerve to talk about social justice, has a nerve to say that they want a reasonably priced daycare system throughout Canada. They have the nerve to talk about the waiting lists in hospitals throughout Canada. But this doesn't make sense. The Liberal Party of Canada does not believe in anything. That's the simple reality. And this is going to be uncovered.
We're not afraid to stand up. We're not afraid to tell Canadians what is really going on here. Look at table 5.4 in the new Conservative budget if you want to understand what's going on. In that one table, you have a snapshot of the difference between the New Democratic Party of Canada and the Conservatives. But the Conservatives are being helped in this by the Liberal Party. In that one table, Mr. Speaker, we see the following, that in the next 2 years, starting from today, we're at the very beginning of a new fiscal year, over the next 2 years, the part of the budget that comes from corporate income taxes is going to go down 14%, while individual income taxes, what you and I and the people listening to us pay, is going to go up 12%. Increase of 12% for individuals, decrease of 14% for the corporations. It's a scandal, Mr. Speaker, and they should be ashamed of themselves to propose it. The only reason they're doing it is because of the weakness of the Liberal Party. Yesterday, one of the minor ministers from the former Liberal government, a former revenue minister, went on the public record with something that was completely contrary to the facts. He said that in 4 countries, he named them, Sweden, Britain, Denmark, Norway, they had a lower rate of corporate taxation than in Canada. Here are the facts. For somebody who was once in charge of revenue, it's surprising he can't count. In Canada, with the most recent budget, we are now at 19.5% as our corporate tax rate. It's going to go down a further 4.5 between now and 2015, bringing it to 15%. Here's the tax rate in Sweden, 28%. Here's the tax rate in Britain, 30%. Here's the tax rate in Denmark, 30%. Here's the tax rate in Norway, 28%. That's what these bird brains in the Liberal Party of Canada want to support, Mr. Speaker. They want to support the Conservatives. They're against families. They're against social programs. They're against social justice. They have no vision. They have no convictions. They don't believe in anything. The truth is coming out more and more, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are starting to decode them. I'm just waiting to hear the new star from Toronto Centre, someone who once had the guts to come into this House and claim to represent social justice and progressive thought, who has now sold himself out to the bosses. I can hardly wait to have him stand up and talk against families, talk against workers, talk in favor of tax increases for individuals, talk against the average working family. This guy wants to give tax breaks to corporations. Let's let him have it. Let's let him know what really is going on out there in Canada, and we can hardly wait because we're going to deal with him, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the enthusiasm with which this member spoke. He certainly was animated, and he had the attention of the House, which sometimes is a rarity here. I have a couple comments. One is, would it ever occur to him that perhaps the amount of revenue that's coming from individuals is going up because there are now some 800,000 more jobs? There are that many new people who, instead of being unemployed and collecting unemployment insurance as long as it lasts, now finally, under this government, have the opportunity to get a job from business that is staying in Canada because it has a more tax-friendly base than other countries which beckon. This is just a reality. And, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that when he complains about the price of fuel, and he's talking about increasing taxes for people who produce fuel, would it perhaps also occur to him that the cost or the price at the pump will increase if these guys have to pay more taxes? I mean, that is so elementary, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe that he doesn't understand that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Outremont.
I hope that you'll give me just as much time to answer the question as you gave him to put it.
From Sherwood, I guess if he were a Liberal and not a Conservative, he'd call himself from Sherwood Forest, because they love branding themselves as Robin Hood, trying to help the poor. But the actual fact is that the Liberals don't believe anything. So they talk a good game when it comes to social programs and social justice, but they actually don't believe anything. Now, although I do disagree with the budgetary choices of the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, they exist. They're there. They hold themselves out for that. We're going to reduce by 14% the proportion. It's not a question of the global mass. So it's not 800,000 workers that changes anything in the proportion. The proportion of what's coming in from taxpayers individually is going to go up 12%. The proportion of what's coming in from corporations is going to go down 14%. Those are the numbers. It's in your budget, table 5.4. Look up the numbers. They're irrefutable. But what's even more important is what was done as a budgetary choice in the fall. $14 billion in tax cuts for the most profitable corporations. Now, if you're in Ontario or in Quebec, where the soaring Canadian dollar is making it more and more difficult to export, you've got manufacturing jobs that have been lost by the hundreds of thousands. In the forestry sector, we're suffering terribly. Now, the Minister of Finance stands up in this House all the time and says, hey, I gave all these tax breaks. That's how I'm helping corporations. The problem is, if your company didn't make a profit last year, it didn't pay any taxes, so it's not getting any of those tax breaks. If your company is called Encana, and you're based in Alberta, and you're making a small fortune in profits, you just got a check for several tens of millions of dollars from the Canadian taxpayer. That's the problem.
Just for the edification of the honourable member for Outremont, the question took 1 minute and 15 seconds, and the answer 1 minute and 40 seconds. The honourable member for the honourable member for West Nova has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it was a real pleasure to listen to this dialogue given by the NDP member.
Policy is their support for small businesses. Take all large businesses, tax them all the way down to small businesses, get subsidies to bankrupt businesses and tax profitable businesses. No vision at all on economics, and quite disingenuous on social programs. I remember in the House not that long ago when there was a minority government, we presented a budget. The leader of the NDP negotiated with the Liberal Party so that we brought We brought forward some of our priorities that weren't in that budget, brought them forward a year, 2 years ahead. Housing, assistance to poverty, daycare, Kelowna, brought them all. They were all very happy, boasting about it. That voted that government out, and then supported this one on the income trust scandals, taking away $30 billion from hardworking Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We can't believe these people.
The honourable member for Outremont.
J'imagine, Monsieur le Président.
I would imagine, Mr. Speaker, that the member will be very pleased to tell the people from Trenton Coworks that he agrees with the Conservatives. He agrees with their budgetary choices. There are many companies in his province that are suffering, just as the companies in Quebec are suffering. So it's scandalous to see that the Liberal Party of Canada, which is entitled, which has the constitutional right to be called the official opposition, which has become the official abstention. We are going to ensure that we're really going to be the official opposition.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member from Oshawa. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I completely reject the premise of today's motion. Our Conservative government's historic tax reductions, both personal and corporate, have benefited the innovators and the entrepreneurs, those individuals who comprise Canadian business and the hard-working Canadians that they employ. Accordingly, lower business taxes are clearly a positive. It appears that the NDP does not realize this. Through our competitors in the industrialized world beyond our borders, they, Mr. Speaker, do understand this. An arena in which Canadians compete for business and must be allowed to do so operating in a fair business climate. And in that respect, competitive corporate tax rates are a clear positive. Most observers are universally in agreement with that. As Nancy Hughes Anthony, President and CEO of the Canadian Bankers Association, has pointed out, and I quote, "Lower corporate taxes will enable Canada to compete successfully with other countries, stimulate sustainable long-term economic growth, and help to improve the standard of living for all Canadians. It means creating quality jobs, attracting investment and talent, encouraging innovation, and building a strong tax base that can support the social programs that we hold dear." End quote. However, the NDP, alone in the economic wilderness of a bygone era of high corporate and personal taxes, doesn't understand that. They are still clinging to an old-fashioned, regressive, and discredited notion, namely that big government, high taxes, and huge government debt are the keys to prosperity. It would be amusing if it wasn't so sad, because it's clear they haven't learned a thing from domestic and international examples of the last 50 years. For everyone that doubts that, just listen to what the member from Toronto Centre, who is joining us here today, and I'm glad to see that he has joined in this lively debate. This is what the member for Toronto Centre had to say about the NDP's economic policies. Someone who had led the province as the NDP Premier and implemented the very economic policy that the NDP advocates here today. He has derided today's notion as the most tired and most off-base kind of economic jargon. My friend has assailed the NDP's economic policies as outdated and unrealistic. The member for Toronto Centre, who I welcome to this House, as I say, has admitted that he showed incredibly poor judgment when he implemented ill-advised policies such as this, and we understand that he's learned greatly from his mistakes. Namely, regressive and economically devastating high corporate tax policies are not the way this government wants to go. Policies that killed investment and jobs in Ontario. After the benefit of hindsight, my colleague now says our corporate taxes must be competitive. I know this is an anathema to the NDP, but I can tell you that the NDP leader and the NDP are wrong about taxes. That is a quote, Mr. Speaker. And we understand that. We understand the long-term benefits of tax relief. You cut taxes to attract investment, to create jobs, and to help sharpen Canada's competitive edge internationally. This is as straightforward as it is simple. And that's what we're doing. We're taking concrete action to spur investment, jobs, and make Canada more competitive. Tax measures introduced by this government since coming into office have provided tax relief approaching $200 billion. Almost three-quarters of this relief benefits individuals directly, whether it be through personal income tax relief or GST reductions. A tax reduction which benefits all Canadians each and every time they make a purchase, which is millions of times a day across this country, including those Canadians with incomes that are too low to pay income tax. And we're building Canada to remain competitive and create a strong business environment. The reduction of corporate taxes is an important part of this strategy. That's why we're reducing the federal corporate income tax rate to 15% and making it the lowest corporate income tax rate among the major developed economies. This is a positive measure for the economy and for Canadians, and the NDP's assertion otherwise has no basis in reality. Just listen to the praise from the actual drivers of the Canadian economy with regards to our Conservative government's corporate tax reductions. These are the people that create the jobs for Canadian workers that NDP claims to care about, that create the government revenue for the social programs that the NDP also claims to care about. Mr. Speaker, listen to the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, and I quote, the significant corporate income tax cuts will provide a powerful boost to Canada's ability to compete for investment and jobs in the global economy. It will help companies to continue to invest and grow in Canadian communities despite the rapid rise of the Canadian dollar and intense global competition, end quote. Or listen to the Canadian manufacturers and exporters. Canada is going to have a very attractive tax environment to retain and attract business investment. This keeps us in the game of international investment. Or listen to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Tax cuts were our members' #1 priority by far, with just the vast majority saying that was the #1 issue. So they've hit that issue. Even the NDP Premier of Manitoba praised them, stating, and I quote, "The Conservative government's tax reductions, in all fairness, are positive, and we're going to see that through the economy." The NDP isn't listening to them, and they won't listen because they are stuck in the past. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, they have no intention of embracing the realities of today. Again, it would be funny if it were not so sad. Like it was sad when the NDP and then the Liberal government teamed up in 2005. The result, to reverse relatively minor corporate taxes that the government of the day introduced in their 2005 budget. The NDP demanded the corporate tax cuts be stripped from the budget in return for their propping up a scandal-ridden Liberal government teetering on collapse due to that sponsorship scandal. The unprincipled Liberals naturally agreed. I think, Mr. Speaker, you've also seen this type of Liberal approach more recently, when my Liberal friends refused to show up to support their own confidence motion or to vote against the government for fear of having to face the voters. If we consider the manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, which the NDP claims to care about, suffering immensely as a result of this deal. As the Canadian manufacturers and exporters stated at that time, it's not action that will preserve Canada's industrial base. Manufacturers feel their pleas aren't being taken seriously. They worry whether this understands the serious pressures that are facing them. And it is also sad that the NDP has opposed the support we've provided to the manufacturers and forestry sector, support allowing them to better invest and compete. For example, we provided over $9 billion in tax relief by 2012 and 13. We are also improving the availability and the accessibility of financial support
through research and development and extending the enhanced scientific research and experimental development investment tax credit. We are also helping Canadians and their communities affected by a slowing global economy. To help vulnerable communities and laid-off workers, we announced a $1 billion Community Development Trust. This will support communities and workers experiencing hardship through no fault of their own, an initiative that was praised across the country by premiers and organizations from across the political spectrum. Premiers like the NDP Premier of Manitoba, Gary Dewar, who stated, and I quote, "I believe that this is very important to the regions and the communities in Canada, and the money will be very, very helpful and important," end quote. And organizations like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who applauded, and I quote their comment, "The federal government's decision to help Canadian communities hit by economic upheaval is more than welcome." Mr. Speaker, the initiatives I have focused on today will significantly benefit all Canadians. Our tax cuts will especially help Canadians compete for the jobs and investments tomorrow. That has been recognized almost universally from Canada's business leaders and economists. And it is recognized of late, Mr. Speaker, by even the Liberal Party. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the speech from my honourable colleague. He did talk about the 2005 arrangement that was struck between the New Democratic Party and the Liberal Party in order to access some $5 billion of extra spending for very well-needed programs, including housing programs that the Conservatives claimed that their own in this last two-year period. You know, interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, over that time, when we didn't cut the corporate taxes, when we didn't reduce that percentage, we actually have had a very robust economy. It hasn't impacted on the businesses, and I mean the clear example is that we didn't see a downturn in the economy. We didn't see the businesses like the banks, like the major oil companies, leaving Canada because they didn't get their corporate tax cut in 2005. Why does this member think that their reckless action on reducing the corporate taxes by almost 35% going to really give that added incentive to this economy when the past history has not shown it to be the case?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I'm sure that there's times when the Liberals do wonder why they actually listened to the NDP at that time. We have heard here already today comments from the member from Sherwood Park about the number of new jobs that have been created. Mr. Speaker, we are talking today about Canadians. We're talking about jobs for Canadians, about livelihoods. No Canadian wants to live on handouts, Mr. Speaker. Every Canadian that I know that I've ever spoken to is the kind of a person that wants to be paid for the work they can provide. They want to help build this country. 800,000 new jobs since this government has taken place. Mr. Speaker, that is why Canadians can hold their head high. We look across the border at the United States and we see some troubled times. We're seeing a strong Canadian economy. It's because of the preemptive moves of this finance minister, under the leadership of this prime minister, that this government has taken the initiative. We saw the dark clouds on the horizon. We saw what was happening in the United States. We took the early initiative to cut taxes, to cut personal taxes, to lower GST, so Canadians would have more of their hard-earned money to spend on themselves. They're the people that should be spending it. They shouldn't be giving it to government. That's what makes Canadians proud, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to correct the record. The member, one of the members from the NDP earlier said that I was comparing our federal corporate income tax rate to that of Sweden's. And what he needs to understand is that there are two corporate income tax rates in Canada. One is a federal corporate income tax collected by the Government of Canada. The other is a provincial corporate income tax collected by the various provinces. Yet the member for Outremont compared our federal corporate income tax rate in a federal state to that of a single corporate income tax rate of a unitary state like Sweden. So I think that record needs to be collected and needs to do some better research on this. But, Mr. Speaker, I would add that the NDP's motion is flawed. They criticize us for disproportionately benefiting the oil and gas sector, but this flies in the face of the facts. The fact is that our government has eliminated the accelerated capital cost allowance for the oil sands sector, and in fact has disproportionately benefited the mining and manufacturing sectors in this country through other measures we've introduced in the budget. But I suspect that why the NDP has done this is because their ridings represent manufacturing and mining interests, whereas none of them represent any ridings that have any significant oil sands interests.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will take that 30 seconds to acknowledge the comments and thank the honourable member for clarifying another false assumption by the NDP. Continued on all of the false assumptions that we see in this motion today. The NDP seems to be so concerned about corporations actually making a profit. I might share with this House that the oil and gas sector provides
I regret that I interrupt the honourable member, but he must now share his time, as he had stated 15 minutes ago, with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to respond to the motion from the Honourable Member from Toronto Danforth. Let me preface my comments by stating that I am in no way intending to diminish the challenges facing the manufacturing or the forestry sectors. Rather, I want to clearly show Canada the hypocrisy of this member's motion and underscore the radical socialist agenda that the NDP is trying to peddle to Canadians. Let me state at the onset that this government takes the issues facing the manufacturing industry very seriously, and we are addressing them head-on. We have brought forward billions of dollars in assistance to every single time the NDP has voted against these measures. What is key to the manufacturing sector and the forestry sector is the need to have the right economic fundamentals so that our companies and firms can put their full attention and efforts into responding to these world challenges. Because it is clear, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian manufacturers are determined to compete and succeed in the global economy. The NDP does not seem to comprehend that if Canada does not have an internationally competitive economy and tax structure, Canada will not attract new investment, the economy will go into recession, and jobs, which rhetorically the NDP say they'd like to defend, will dry up. When the economic fundamentals are working, businesses have the best opportunity to make their mark and succeed. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to this Conservative government, the fundamentals of Canadian economy are working and jobs are being created. While other global economies are experiencing uncertainty, we are alone in the G7 in maintaining ongoing budget surpluses and falling debt burden. Our unemployment is at the lowest in 33 years, and our overall employment grew by roughly 360,000 jobs in 2007. So yes, there are challenges, but also opportunity to ensure that all Canadians share in the benefit from our economic success. Certainly, this desire extends to include the manufacturing sector overall. Certainly, it's not an easy task. While the new jobs generated by our economic gains in thriving sectors offset losses in other sectors, the problem is more complex than that. Otherwise, the significant measures this government has introduced to encourage skill development, such as the apprenticeship tax credit and the apprenticeship incentive grants, would represent a sufficient response. But in a country as large and diverse as Canada, these challenges have real and profound impact on small communities that have come to rely upon a particular manufacturing plant or mill. So, Mr. Speaker, this government took action to respond to just these kinds of adjustment pressures. The $1 billion Community Development Trust represents our government's support for provincial and territorial efforts to build a stronger, more prosperous future for communities and workers affected by current economic volatility. The Trust allows provinces and territories the flexibility to invest in those projects that best help vulnerable communities and individuals while respecting Canada's international obligations. But don't just take my word for it. 5 provinces, Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, Ontario, and Newfoundland and Labrador, have stepped up to leverage the money provided in the trust since it was announced on January 10th. We have every confidence this money will be put to good use, for it is by working together that the federal, provincial, and territorial governments can best help take the economic challenges we face today and turn them into economic opportunities tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the Community Development Trust is one way this government has responded to the needs of workers, businesses, and regions affected by economic difficulties. Despite the NDP's rhetoric, this government has delivered much more. Conservatives delivered the targeted initiative for older workers, which the government seeded with $72.5 million from Budget 2006 and has recently expanded with a further $90 million source from Budget 2008. Here's another initiative to be delivered at the community level. Canadian industry needs the skills and knowledge of workers 55 to 64 years of age, especially in the communities that rely upon single industries. While these workers are laid off because of the economic problems in the industry, we need to find some way to keep their knowledge and skills in the labour market. Mr. Speaker, these are examples of ways in which we have taken tangible action to address the challenges the Honourable Member mentions in his motion. But we have done much more. The Honourable Member refers to tax measures. His motion falsely insinuates that our tax policies do not benefit Canadian companies in all sectors, including those in manufacturing and in forestry. It's only the NDP that cannot comprehend that cuts to the general corporate tax rate are advantageous to manufacturing and forestry companies. These tax cuts will help manufacturing and forestry companies be more competitive, create wealth, and most importantly, create jobs for ordinary Canadians. With the tax measures introduced by this government, manufacturers and processors will receive over $9 billion in tax relief by 2012-2013. Our initiatives will give Canada the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7 by 2010. Furthermore, we have also extended the accelerated capital cost allowance for investment in machinery and equipment in the manufacturing and processing sector for 3 additional years.
Good move.
This was a key recommendation of the unanimous 2007 Indy report, supported by the NDP member from Windsor West. And when it came time to stand up and be counted, the radical socialists voted against their own critics' recommendations. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker.
Unbelievable.
We've allocated $33 billion to the Building Canada infrastructure plan, including $2.3 billion for trade-related infrastructure and $2.1 billion for gateways and corridors, of which at least $400 million will be in support of a new Windsor-Detroit crossing, an important crossing for manufacturers. Our 2008 budget also introduced improvements to the SHRED tax credit program and provides $34 million more per year for collaborative research for specific industries, including manufacturing, important elements that will contribute to improving innovation so that Canadian companies can compete with the best. For auto manufacturers, we are investing $250 million over 5 years to support R&D projects that will produce green automotive technologies. Mr. Speaker, coming from Oshawa, I know how important that is. We're also helping our manufacturers to extend their business globally. We've improved Export Development Canada's Export Guarantee Program to assist small and medium-sized manufacturers in fulfilling export contracts. This, Mr. Speaker, is in addition to the $174 million over 2 years to increase security and minimize delays at our borders. These measures brought forward by this Conservative government will surely benefit our industries, including manufacturing and forestry, attract new investments, and will create jobs right here in Canada. For the forestry industry, we have resolved the costly and prolonged softwood lumber dispute. The agreement eliminates U.S. countervailing and anti-dumping duties. It brings an end to costly litigation. It protects provincial forest management policies, and it has returned over $5 billion to Canadian producers. And again, Mr. Speaker, sadly, the NDP voted against this deal. We have also provided $127.5 million to strengthen the long-term competitiveness of the sector, and a further $200 million to facilitate action to combat the mountain pine beetle. We have provided $25 million Forest Communities program that will assist 11 forest-based communities to make informed decisions on the forest land base. and Budget 2008 allocated $10 million over 2 years to promote Canada's forestry industry to international markets as a model of environmental innovation and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, this Conservative government, led by our Prime Minister, has indeed taken important steps to set the overall business climate so that our industries can grow and become more globally competitive. What today underscores is the hypocrisy of this NDP towards Canada's manufacturing and forestry industry and workers, and the radical socialist agenda that they're trying to peddle to Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not have the wool pulled over their eyes. Canadians know that this government is showing leadership and is delivering for manufacturers and forestry workers and industry when it needs it the most. It is the NDP that must stop playing games with the lives of workers and should start supporting this government's endeavours. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Mont...
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The manufacturing and forestry industries.
Centre on Afghanistan. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just talk a little bit to some of the things that the Honourable Member brought up in his speech. One of them, he referred to a competitive advantage that we would have with the tax cuts in this country. Well, in reality, one of the biggest competitive advantages we have in this country vis-a-vis our major trading partner, of course, is our public Medicare system. To corporations in this country, that represents a significant advantage over American companies, and that's something we have to maintain. To maintain it, we need revenue, and we need to have that balance of corporations supporting the revenue flow to these types of activities. What we're seeing now is a huge corporate tax cut. Mr. Speaker, does this help we have a diamond mining industry in this country, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, I went through an extensive period of time interviewing the chief executive officers of the different mines we have there. Was their concern corporate tax cuts? No, their concern was public investment in infrastructure that was going to allow these mines to stay open longer, that was going to allow these mines to exploit the resources. Where are we going to find the dollars to invest in my territory to pull off the kind of continued resource development that can lead to profits in this country and a fair share to Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, and this member's question just further delineates the hypocrisy of the NDP. Here he is talking about infrastructure needs. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of this government. This government has invested a record amount in infrastructure. We're talking about $33.1 billion in infrastructure, new infrastructure for this country. The biggest single investment in infrastructure since the Second World War. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, what did the NDP do? They stood up proudly and voted against it. The very thing that this member says is important to Canadians, our healthcare system. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm passionate about that. That is my background, the Canadian healthcare system. But how is it supported? It is supported through the taxation base of the Canadian taxpayers and our corporations. And to have a solid base, we have to be competitive internationally. Whether he realizes it or not, Canada competes globally. We're not in a vacuum, and we must be players in the world. We must be players in the world economy, and this government is taking strong action to make sure Canada is not a follower, we're a leader in the new world economy.
Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I found it interesting once again to hear a Conservative member express pride and confidence in his government, because I don't agree. But I would like to know how he can use that kind of talk when we see the problems in forestry in Quebec, which have been totally ignored by the government. This is an unprecedented crisis and a long-lasting one. They did not take it into account at all in their budget. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And again, the forestry sector right now in Canada is facing unprecedented challenges. We know that there is an economic slowdown in the United States. And again, what this government did is took leadership. If you remember, Mr. Speaker, early on, we settled the softwood lumber dispute, a dispute that went on that the former Liberal government sat on their hands and did absolutely nothing. They couldn't negotiate a deal if their life depended on it. So what we did with this softwood lumber dispute settlement, we returned over $5 billion to the softwood lumber industry, something that again was unprecedented. And what we did, which is more important, we ended the costly litigation. Again, with the forestry sector, we took a leadership with our Community Development Trust. If she listened to my speech, she would have heard that. And she would have noticed that the provinces that have signed on to this are taking an initiative, leveraging that money, leveraging the money that was taken by conservative leadership to make sure that their sectors will remain strong. Mr. Speaker, this independent member, former member of the Bloc, will never deliver a thing for Quebec because they'll always be yelling from the outside. They'll never be inside.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to share my time with my new colleague, the member for Toronto Centre, and I'm also very pleased to tell you that the Liberals will be voting against this NDP motion.
Matter is that Liberals understand that wealth creation and social justice are both important, whereas the federal NDP, mired in the class wars of the 1960s, doesn't care about wealth creation and doesn't understand the first thing about it. We on this side of the House understand that Canada, in a global economy, is in competition with many countries, not least the United States, to attract capital and jobs to this country and to retain our domestic capital and companies. And we understand that living next door to the world's only superpower, we have to create a special Canadian advantage so that we can be able to level the playing field and compete with the United States. And until recently, we did have a Canadian advantage. It was called the weak currency. And so it was cheaper to do business in Canada, and business flowed into Canada, taking advantage of our cheap currency. We don't have that anymore. So we need to create a new Canadian advantage to attract capital and jobs to this country. And that new Canadian advantage, according to the Liberal Party, and we said this weeks before the government did, is to create a low corporate tax rate, a corporate tax rate substantially lower than the United States, something on the order of 10 percentage points. And that, we believe, will replace the weak currency as a new Canadian advantage and will serve this country well to improve productivity, competitiveness, and attract jobs into this country. And the NDP, I was a student in England in the late 1960s, and the rhetoric of the NDP, they're still back in the class war of the 1960s, and their rhetoric sounds just like the rhetoric of the Labour Party under Harold Wilson in the late 1960s. The NDP should understand that other social democratic parties around the world, Scandinavia, Britain, and I would include a lot of provincial NDP governments, led by fine people like Gary Doer, Ed Schreier, Alan Blakemy, and my new colleague, they have evolved too, because as government, they have to understand the realities of the world. And just to show that the NDP is innumerate, the numbers cited by the member from Outremont claiming that Canada had lower corporate tax than Scandinavia or Britain are totally wrong, because you have to include the corporate tax rate for the whole country, not just the federal government. And so Canada's corporate tax rate in 2007, according to the IMF, is 36%, versus 25% in Denmark, 26% in Finland, 28% in Norway, 28% in Sweden, 30% in the UK. So he's out to lunch on the numbers, which is typical for the federal NDP, and the true numbers indicate that the reconstructed social democratic movement of the world, understands globalization, understands global realities, and those countries have adjusted, and they understand that in order to create wealth and jobs and productivity, you have to compete with lower corporate tax rates, and those countries have done it. And the federal NDP is in the class war mentality where any corporate tax cut is just seen as a sop to the rich, and they do not understand, as their Swedish, Danish, Norwegian, British fellow social democrats learned long ago, that you have to create wealth before you can redistribute it, and that in order to compete in this world and get jobs, it makes sense to have lower corporate tax rates. Now, there's a certain chicken and egg question here. Why is the federal NDP almost alone in the world in being the Neanderthal version of the global social democratic movement? Are they Neanderthal because they've never formed government and therefore never had the opportunity to learn about realities? Or have they never formed government because everybody knows they're Neanderthal? I suspect it's a little bit of both, Mr. Speaker. They're Neanderthal because they've never been government, and they've never been government because they're Neanderthal. And I suspect that will go on for some time, but I will leave it to academics to analyze this sociological chicken and egg question. But before the Conservatives become too enthused with my speech, let me just say that if the NDP is clueless on wealth creation, the Conservatives, at least this Conservative government, I wouldn't say the same about all Conservatives, but this Conservative government is clueless about social justice. And just as the NDP has never seen a social program they didn't like, the Conservatives have never seen a tax cut that they didn't think was the panacea for all Canadian problems. Whereas the reality is that whereas Liberals are in favor of corporate tax cuts, we came to that conclusion before the government did. We do not think that corporate tax cuts alone are sufficient to solve all the problems of the Canadian business world. And that is why we, unlike them, thought that the recent Ontario budget was a good budget, because they addressed business taxes by eliminating the capital tax, but they also understood the importance of investments in infrastructure, investments in training and retraining and providing jobs for displaced workers and helping communities in distress. And they also understand, as we do, the importance of direct support for the manufacturing sector. And one litmus test to which the finance minister didn't have an answer, but we now know that his answer was no, was whether he would match the $17 million offered by the Ontario government to keep the Windsor auto plant open. And he said no, because he has an ideological aversion to that sort of thing, because he thinks that tax cuts alone are sufficient to do the job, when it's perfectly evident that tax cuts alone are not sufficient to do the job. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are not only going to vote against this silly NDP motion, we are indeed proud to vote against this NDP motion, but at the same time, this does not imply support for the extreme laissez-faire ideology put forward by the government.
Absolutely.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In listening to the NDP, I couldn't help but recall Churchill's famous quote. I think they go back a lot further than 50 years ago. It sounds like they're going back 100 years with their rhetoric, but the quote of Churchill was that capitalism was the unequal sharing of prosperity. Socialism was the equal sharing of misery. And, that's the kind of quote that I thought really registered with some of the rhetoric that I heard here today. And I do appreciate the point that the member raised about corporate tax rates. And being of Irish ancestry, the miracle in Western Europe over the last 25 years has been the Republic of Ireland. When you look at the performance of that economy from 1986 up to the present, their current level of income and their growth rates and their unemployment rates and so on. And I'm sure that the member from Markham knows no more, being a professional economist, knows more about what went on in the Republic of Ireland than I do. I've read some things about it, but it's been a terrific set of results for that society. People are coming back to Ireland from all over the world, and it's a place to be, and it has a terrific record to bestow itself. But it seems to me their corporate tax rate there, if I'm not wrong, is 12%, Mr. Speaker, and at different times it's been as low as 10%. And I wonder if the member from Markham could comment on the miracle of Ireland.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, let me make two quick comments. I agree with much of what the honourable member said, although he does, in a sense, typify the conservative attitude that corporate tax cuts are enough in and of themselves to do everything. Corporate tax cuts played a significant role in the Irish miracle, but he should also understand that there was a long-term investment in post-secondary education, which was critical. Also, the existence of the European Union, which provided a huge market, plus the subsidies the European Union gave to Ireland played a role. So, yes, the corporate tax cuts were a very significant element, but they were not in and of themselves sufficient to do the job. And as for the equal sharing of misery, if that federal NDP ever became the government of Canada, I agree, it would be the equal sharing of misery, giving their Neanderthal understanding of the economy. But once you get to progressive social democratic parties, like in Sweden and Norway and the UK, then I think they can do very well. Because, in fact, one reason the NDP will never come to power is that we, the Canadian Liberal Party, are not unlike the new Labour Party in Britain.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to briefly say that if corporate tax cuts were the panacea to all the problems that help Canadians in this country, I'd like the honourable member to explain to me why in my province, since I moved there in 1988, we now have increases in food banks. We have now fuel banks to help people pay for their homes. We have obscene lineups now for Medicare. A lot of children can't get proper education. Seniors can't get the help they can. Pharmacare prices out of control. And this, Mr. Speaker, from the panacea of corporate tax cuts of $100 billion they did in 2000, continuing on now. And every single time we hear that it's going to prosper Canadians. I would like the honourable member to tell my constituents, with increases of food banks, fuel banks, school supplies we have to buy for kids now because their parents can't afford it, pharmacare and medical waiting times. Why have all these things increased under their leadership and now of the Conservatives?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville. 1 minute left.
1 minute? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the honourable member must not have heard what I said. My point was explicitly that according to our side of the House, corporate tax cuts are not a panacea. He just said we thought they were a panacea. My point is that corporate tax cuts are a panacea. They will solve everything if you're a conservative. If you're a liberal, they are a very important part of wealth creation, so we favour them, but we are equally concerned about social justice and the environment, and that is why we favour major social programs like childcare, like Kelowna, like our 30-50 poverty plan. Our leaders announced a hugely aggressive poverty plan to reduce total poverty by 30%, child poverty by 50% in 5 years. But to do all those things, you also need to create the wealth, and that's the part of the equation the NDP never understood.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to my colleague from Markham Unionville for giving me the chance to participate in the debate. This is my first intervention in a debate in the House of Commons since 1982. So you'll have to appreciate I only have 10 minutes. I'm not going to give a long nostalgic commentary on the last period of time, but I know that's going to disappoint a lot of you here. But I want to just say it's great to be back in the House, and it's great to be welcomed in a very open spirit by my colleagues, and to have been accused of being having sold out to the bosses and to being a traitor to the working class by the member from Outremont. It's a pleasure, if I may say so. I feel honoured to be considered in that particular pantheon by the member from Outremont. But like me, the member from Outremont has a problem, and that is that most of his thoughts are in print. I have this problem, and so does he, and I know that the members opposite are going to be culling. In fact, I have when the guy left that was fired as the Tory candidate in my riding, he had 3 binders, and those binders somehow found their way to my office, Mr. Speaker. So I have the binders that you guys all have, and I go to tab 3 and tab 5. So I know the quotes that you're all bringing up. I know you've all got them there, but we have Mr. Mulcahy, the member from Outremont, said the other day, Mr. Speaker, in 2002 in the National Assembly of Quebec, had this to say about private enterprise. He said, et je cite, c'est le député d'Outremont.
I quote, this is a member for Outremont. We're already the most taxed in North America. And it's precisely because we have a government, it was a government, a liberal government, a government that insists on pretending that they're business people when in fact they don't leave the free market determine what's going to happen. On April 16, 2002, it was a member for Outremont that said a government, and listen, a government, it exists to create the conditions so that private enterprise can have the conditions it needs to invest so that they can do something. Those are the words spoken by the member for Outremont. These are the words. Apparently, he forgot that he said this. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened, but all I do know is that when he was a member in Quebec, when he was a minister in Quebec, he knew full well, like everyone who has been in power, that people have to have the ability to create something, to invest, as he said, and to create the wealth. And without wealth, without prosperity, we don't have the capacity to create social justice. We're not able to help young people.
Time today, I don't have time at this moment to give a full reflection on what I feel about the motion that's been put forward, except to say I rise with a certain sense of sadness, because the New Democratic Party, and I've just come through an election campaign where it was really very interesting. The Green Party put forward positive proposals, didn't agree with all of them, but they were there, substantive, thoughtful, creative. My colleagues from the Conservative Party ran basically on a platform of anti-crime, anti the candidate, of course, and anti our leader. And that was the campaign. The New Democratic Party ran on a threefold campaign. It had 3 elements. The first element was pure gimmickry. The second element was class warfare, of which we've heard more today. When was the last time someone stood up in the House and used the language of saying another member has sold out to the bosses? Like, what has happened? Shameful. My colleague from Markham Unionville, I disagree. He talks about going back to the class warfare of the 60s. This isn't going back to the class warfare of the 60s. This is going back to the class warfare of the 30s. This is going back to the class warfare of the 19th century. This is a sad commentary, a truly sad commentary, when you add the third element of the campaign, which is character assassination. Shameful. No, look, there isn't anything that anybody in this House can say about me that I haven't heard 1,000 times. And let me tell you, it doesn't bother me, except it saddens me when a party which alleges to be in favor of creating greater prosperity and greater social justice has a mentality that says that if we create business conditions which in fact allow businesses to make money, that's a terrible thing. Well, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's a sad commentary. And then he brings forward his facts, his devastating facts, presumably from the NDP research, which we're all subsidizing. Devastating facts which say that we were wrong yesterday when we pointed out that there are a great many social democratic countries which have recognized that you can actually lower business taxes and it helps the overall prosperity of their economies.
Tony Blair.
And then he stood up and said, no, that's not true, you've got the facts wrong. And he recited all the information, forgetting one simple fact. Canada's a federal country. Canada is a federal country. It's a reality of our country. So when we look at the taxes that our businesses are facing, you can't just compare the federal tax rate to the Swedish unitary tax rate. You have to look at the overall tax rate. And my colleague from Markham Unionville gave those statistics very clearly. Very clearly. And it's pathetic, Mr. Speaker, really. It's quite pathetic to have all the rhetoric, all the overblown stuff, all the language, the gimmicks, the class warfare, the character assassination, and that's what it's come down to. A party which at one time was leading the way on social policy, at one time was setting the mark with respect to where Canada should go, has now been reduced to this sad, really very sad state of affairs. So when the member from Outremont, made a point of saying he was looking forward, in his very flowery language, looking forward to seeing what the member from Toronto Centre, how he would possibly escape from this trap which had been so effectively set by the New Democratic Party, how he was going to somehow be able to live with himself and wake up in the morning and face the mirror because he's sold out to the bosses and is now totally fallen in with the capitalist class. How is he going to be able to live with himself? The answer is very easily, because like most social democrats around the world, I recognize that business success is not the enemy of social justice. It is quite simply that. I had the great honor of leading a province through a very difficult recession, and I know my friends opposite have said a lot and will say a lot about that. But I want to say this to my friends. If companies are unsuccessful, it hurts everyone. If companies are unsuccessful, it hurts the poorest of the poor. If companies are unsuccessful, it hurts the weakest of the weak. If companies are unsuccessful, it hurts every single Canadian. I want to see companies successful in this country, Mr. Speaker, because I want to create a climate for social justice, and I want to create a climate for sustainability. That's the kind of Canada, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party and my leader, Stéphane Dion, want to lead, and that's the kind of country we want to have. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I wasn't standing to cut the honourable member's speech short. I was just standing to remind the honourable member for Toronto Centre. It's been a while since he's been in this place, but we don't refer to our colleagues by proper name. We use ridings or titles. But it seems like he's finished his speech, so we'll move on to questions and comments. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, I would welcome the member from Toronto Centre here to the House of Commons. I was quite taken with his comments. He is, I think, Mr. Speaker, that although he has moved part of the way, he could have come a little further and sat on this side of the House, because the comments I heard from him today, I think, are very much in keeping with the philosophy of our government, that the success of corporations, in fact, will provide the financial basis to create a better social conditions here in Canada. So I hope that the member continues in that vein, and I wish him a lot of success, not too much success in this House, though. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, I appreciate the comments of the President of the Treasury Board, and I take them in the spirit which they're offered. I'm perfectly well aware that on the first few days one is here, very nice things are said, and from my experience in two other times, the only other time you hear similar comments are on the day that you're actually leaving the chamber. So I will take these comments in the spirit with which they are offered. You know, Mr. Speaker, I must say it was a very famous conservative, Edmund Burke, who once said that there is nothing more dangerous than governing in the name of a theory, and I'm sure you'll be familiar with that comment. Mr. Speaker, I think I can mention Edmund Burke's name because he's dead, although he was a member of the House of Commons. Not this one. But what troubles me about the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, is that it has, in my view, slipped over into the error almost on the other side of where the NDP has gone. We have two In a sense, we have three ideological parties in the chamber, Mr. Speaker. We have a bloc which is committed to the breakup of the country and is committed to a very old ideology of nationalism, which is, I think, quickly becoming more and more irrelevant. We have a party on the opposite side, the government side, the Conservative Party, which is intensely ideological, and we have a New Democratic Party, which, as I have described, has somehow failed to turn and failed to move. And we have a Liberal Party, which is a pragmatic and practical and progressive party, and one that I'm very proud to be a member of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to say to my colleague from York, Senator, that the quote he gave earlier, well, clearly he didn't understand the scope of it, but let me explain. I was talking against corporate subsidies. At his time, we had an expression, corporate welfare bumps. But for his information, he said that Canada was a federal state. He's right, but if you look at the figures for the OECD, he will see that Canada, as a federal state, already had a combined tax rate that was lower than that of other federal states, including the United States and Germany. That's before the 6% reduction that's being proposed. Contrary to what his colleague, the former Minister of Revenue, said, the figures that I gave are accurate. If we compare nation-state to nation-state, Canada is well below the others. And my question for the new member for York Centre is as follows, because he talks about a personal attack, but he's the one who's been making the personal attacks. I'm going to stick to the facts. Yes or no, does he agree with the budgetary choices to increase personal tax to 12% and to lower corporate taxes? Yes or no?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member from Outremont, in fact, is changing what he said. If he goes back and looks at the blues, looks at what he said, he actually said that we were wrong, and he mentioned a number of Scandinavian countries, and he's wrong. With respect to whether our tax rates are going to be lower than the United States, I think they need to be. The simple fact of the matter, with respect on the corporate side, as my colleague from Markham Unionville has said, these are tough decisions that governments have to make. We have to look at what is our competitive advantage, how are we going to attract investment, and how are we going to keep investment. We're a smaller country. We have many competitive issues to deal with, and that's a simple fact. Now, as for what the relative share of income tax and business tax should be, the answer to that, Mr. Speaker, is we have to recognize that as we go into a downturn, as we go into a deeper problem with respect to what's happening in the United States and elsewhere, corporations are going to make less money. They're going to be paying less tax. And I can tell you again from hard experience, this puts an increasing burden on everybody, which is why I say, in a very direct way to the New Democratic Party, you're making a false choice, and you do it in all the rhetoric that's there. You say, do we have social housing or do we have bank profits? Do we have this or do we have that? The answer is you have to have both. We have to have successful companies and we have to have investment in housing. And we have to look practically as a country.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to participate in this NDP motion, and the reason why the Bloc will be voting in favour of this motion is that this motion condemns the economic policy of the federal government, which is not relevant to the economic reality of today. In the motion, it states that, in the opinion of the House, the Conservative government's massive corporate tax rates are destroying any balance between taxes for large profitable corporations and ordinary Canadians. They are stripping the fiscal capacity of the federal government. They are disproportionately benefiting the financial, oil and gas sectors while leaving others behind, including manufacturing and forestry, and in so doing have failed to invest in those hard-hit sectors. The Conservative government adopted a purely ideological approach. We'll lower corporate tax in a uniform manner, and that will kickstart the economy. But what we've seen is that there are a lot of companies, particularly in the manufacturing sector and in the forestry sector, that are not making any profits and that will not derive any benefits from any return on investment resulting from this lower tax policy. And the Conservative government has deprived itself of available revenue that could be used to really help the economy. Rather, the government decided to take a large proportion of the surplus and pay down the debt. Companies, very well-managed companies in the forestry sector in my riding, Melbec, for example, it's a very solid company, but because of the crisis, Bodequam, the workers have to make a compromise with their employer so that their employees will be, so that their salaries will be tied to their productivity, and they're showing a lot of flexibility, but the government is not being flexible. So there may be a widespread tax cut, but as far as getting an action plan to help the forestry sector, well, nothing's been done. The sector needs tools so that it can be competitive, so that it can produce competitive products. But the Conservative approach, well, that's the law of the jungle. The strongest will survive, and if the others disappear, well, too bad. It's as if the government were a company, but the government is not a company. The government must take into account the situation of with respect to employees, employers. They have to think about the impacts on all the population, but the Conservative government has abdicated its role. The government has lost the confidence of this House. We said this at the time of the budget, and if we did have an official opposition that would stand on its feet, well, if they really were consistent with their policies, today we would be in an election mode, and we would be looking at the priorities. The Conservatives are just favoring the multinationals and the big corporations, and it's the small people that are being hurt. The government decided that workers with 25, 30, 35 years of experience, well, the rules of the game for the Conservatives, well, let them find their own jobs. And if they have to go on a social assistance, well, too bad. This practice comes right from the American right, and it doesn't correspond to the values of Quebecers and Canadians. The state has a responsibility to build prosperity, and it can't be done all by itself. You can't just let market rules predominate. The government has a responsibility, but it has abdicated its responsibilities. And I think that the motion says very clearly, perhaps we don't agree with the current corporate tax reduction that's been given. The Bloc Québécois, therefore, has had a very constructive position.
And once again, this week, there was a motion that was moved by the Bloc that was adopted by the House that dealt with the forestry and manufacturing sectors. It was the Honourable Member from Montmorency, Charlevoix, who moved it and set out 7 measures to help the forestry sector. The House, therefore, sent a message, but the government still isn't moving. The motion from the NDP today is intended quite simply to have the people aware of what the situation it is. We are in a situation where the government is not corresponding to the wishes of Quebec and people elsewhere in Canada. But we see that there is a wall that exists there. And unfortunately, what is happening is that they are turning towards what is happening in the United States. Some 45%, rather 85% of our exports are to the United States. So we are going to be the first victims of the economic slowdown, the economic crisis in the United States. In 1928-29, just before the collapse of the stock market, the crisis, the situation was much the same. President Roosevelt was there. We have to be able to understand that a government is going to take the necessary measures, take into account the economic reality of the moment. It's not the same as it was 2 or 3 years ago. It's evolved. It's continuing to evolve. The government, in its economic update, in the past was able to adapt, but has not done so. Most recently, the government has only provided a half measure, and we had a measure that we sought to have adopted so that the fiscal measures would be put into place, implemented by the government. But what do we hear? Dead silence from the government, and the Quebec members in the government have abdicated their responsibilities. The men and women in this House the members of this House are in regular contact with their constituents in the ridings, and so they know what the situation is. I challenge the Quebec members from the Conservative Quebec members to say that people would really rather have you pay down $10 billion on the debt than to help the forestry industry or the manufacturing industry. Can they say that instead of helping the older workers in Quebec, instead of having compassionate compassionate measures that would be put in place for workers who after 25 or 35 years of service are let go? Is it better to do that? But you have to get through all the steps to try to find a job, jump through all the hoops when you're an older worker, go to a classification board, and then they don't have a very big pension. Is all of that something that could have been done? It could have been done with the monies that were available. Now, much has been said about the forestry industry. What's happening is that the older workers who lose their jobs, who keep, and some are able to keep their jobs in the forestry worker, and some of the younger people are let go. It seems to me that in that particular industry, there should have been measures that would have met the needs of the industry when somebody has to get a supplement, an income supplement, before they are at pensionable age. Something like that could have been done, but there's been absolutely no flexibility from the Conservative government. It's too bad. It really is too bad. If this were the first time that we talked about it, it would be one thing, but it's been months now that the Bloc Québécois and other parties in this House have been imploring the government to do something. The official opposition has had difficulties, leadership difficulties, and and if they hadn't been putting on the show that we've been witnessing for some time now, we would actually be in campaign mode now, and things would be changing. So the Conservative government is not responding in any way to the needs of Quebecers. It is not responding to the culture of Quebec, the way in which we live our lives. In Quebec, we've been able to develop all kinds of tools that have allowed us to face economic difficulty, to face change. But throughout the country, when we visited, I saw something that I hadn't seen before. You have a federalist government, a minister from the federal government that is making announcements. It's not, for Quebec. The Liberal minister from Quebec said quite directly to the federal government that the budget was lacking in terms of measures for the manufacturing and forestry sectors. That's something I've never seen before. The government has to put things in place. The government has an obligation, I say, and what has been done by the Quebec government cannot suffice alone. You could the government could have transferred sums of monies over to the government in Quebec, which would have allowed for measures to have been undertaken by that level of government. There is a type of retraining, but a part of the information is there. For people who can't find a job when they've been let go at an older age, they need that retraining. There's a piece of the puzzle that is missing. Something could have been done as well with respect to Technology Partnerships Canada. On 2 occasions, there were significant amounts of monies that could have been used, that would have created new jobs, that, for example, Rivière-du-Loup has had economic success in part due to Technology Partnerships Canada. But what has happened, the program was not renewed. And when you couple that with the problems in the forestry and manufacturing sectors, it's very difficult. The partnership program was very, very important. The government took the money, put it in, and then the business worked with it. They created jobs, and it was something that worked very well. You have to be able to use programs like that to allow for the fact that sometimes it will succeed, sometimes it will fail. After the election of 2006, we saw that there was a period of transition. We thought that the Conservatives would assess and they would have a pragmatic approach, but their approach has been ideological, and the program in question was not renewed for quite a variety of reasons. So it's because of all of these things, all of these negative responses, these successive negative responses, it is for that reason that the Bloc is supporting the confidence motion. When you look at the oil sector, when you look at the gas sector, you have to take note. We are in a country that could provide for its own sustainable development. When you take a look at renewable energy, that is also so very important. When you explain to people that tax credits for getting oil out of the tar sands is one option, and they're going to be able to continue to do that until 2012, and it's only after that point that the polluter pays policy will enter into effect. This is what Quebecers don't understand. This is what Canadians don't understand. We want a new reality. We want to be able to develop the tools for sustainable development ourselves. We'd like to have a carbon exchange. This is a massive impact on the part of the government. Economically, it hasn't been something that could be achieved, but now we see that there could be economic development in a context of sustainable development. But to do so, you have to have tools. And one of those tools could be the carbon exchange. You would have shares. You would have an exchange, and that would create an environment that would provide for the provision of sustainable, sought-after environmental products. I've seen that in my riding. We had a project. Had the carbon exchange idea been further developed, there would have been a possibility for our project that there would have been a return on the carbon levels. There are all kinds of ideas that could have developed into projects that could have provided for sustainable development. We look to Europe and we see what they're doing. They've developed far more than we have in terms of green ideas. And you see that the United States is even moving ahead in their Energy Act. And yet, what are we doing? What are we doing? this government has not acted to find some way of making the extraction of oil from the tar sands more acceptable. They've got 2 years of experience now. The government has had the opportunity of adjusting what it is doing to the reality. There were proposals from the Bloc, from the Liberals, and also from the NDP, from everybody unanimously, but none of these proposals have ever been accepted by the government. You can't have economic advancement without acting in a certain way which will provide for the sustainable development. There's nobody. President Bush has taken measures with respect to his economy. In Quebec and in Canada, we have the tools to collectively create prosperity for us and to share it fairly, to share it adequately. But against that background, the Conservative government has not acted relevantly. I think one of the expressions of that, and I think had there been an election we would have seen it, one of the expressions of that is that the only tool that is often left to the citizen to express himself is democracy. And it's when they elect members, there's something that I just can't understand. There are members in the House who denounce other members in the House who say, oh, they're useless. Well, that is nothing but contempt for the institution of the House. This is disdainful. They say to the constituents of certain ridings that a member is completely useless, is useless. Just go look in Quebec, look at the results, and see the ridings where there are Bloc members. The riding of Rivière-du-Loup can stand on its own merits. I don't hesitate in having my riding compared to any type of riding that is represented by a member of the opposition. Any of them can come and see what we are doing in Rivière-du-Loup. It's the time to move to action. It's the time to act. And if I can say only that the Conservatives deserve to be overturned.
5:15 p.m. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Layton, seconded by Mr. Mauclair, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the Conservative government's massive corporate tax... May I dispense? Dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No? No? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
À l'ordre, la question est la suivante. Mr. Layton, seconded by Mr. Mulcair, move that in the opinion of the House, the Conservative government's massive corporate tax cuts are destroying any balance between taxes for large profitable corporations and ordinary Canadians. They are stripping the fiscal capacity of the federal government. They are disproportionately benefiting the financial, oil and gas sectors while leaving others behind, including manufacturing and forestry, and in so doing have failed to invest in those hard-hit sectors and the needs of everyday working Canadians. Therefore, this House has lost confidence in the government. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Layton. Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Davies. Ms. McDonough. Ms. Wajali-Chalice. Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Massey. Mr. Godin. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Black. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Angus. Mr. Collinskeen of Bulkley Valley. Mr. Julian. Mr. Sixay. Ms. Pretty. Mrs. Matheson. Madame Savoy. Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North. Mr. Bevington. Ms. Chow. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Marston. Ms. Nash. Mr. Stauffer. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Crête. Monsieur Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Ménard-Rochelaga. Monsieur Bachan. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Bigras. Madame Picard. Monsieur Guimont. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Brunel. Monsieur Roy. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Barbeau. Monsieur Bouchard. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Lemay. Monsieur André. Madame Bonsan. Madame Deschamps. Madame Freeman. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Laforêt. Monsieur Vincent. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Lucier. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Godet. Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquotta-les-Basques.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Moosey. Mrs. Skelton. Ms. Oda. Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Solberg. Mr. Emerson. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Chong. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Abbott. Mrs. Hinton. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Baird. Mr. Blackburn. Madame Verner. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Hill. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Finley. Mrs. Oblonsky. Ms. Georges. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Anderson. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Hanger. Mr. Harris. Mr. Mills. Mr. Thompson Wild Rose. Mr. Williams. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Carey. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Hahn. Monsieur Gould. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Reid. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Bernouge. Mrs. Yelich. Mr. Jean. Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Mark. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown leads Grenville. Mr. Devolin. Mr. Jaffer. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Kahn. Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Canola Lake Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Monsieur Petit.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Blanny.
Mr. Blanny.
Monsieur Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Ignatieff.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Ms. Hall Finley. Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Madame Marleau.
Madame Marleau.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Thibault West Nova.
Mr. Thibault West Nova.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Molly.
Mr. Bonin.
Mr. Bonin.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Martin Esquire Wanda Fuca.
Martin Esquire Wanda Fuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Telegdi.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Timokovsky.
Mr. Timokovsky.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Yeas pour 63, 63, nays contre 198, 198.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M310 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Telegdi. La question est la suivante. Order. Mr. Telegdi, seconded by Mr. Karagianis, moved that in the opinion of the House, in order to show respect and to honor Canadian forces and other Canadian government personnel who are killed while serving in overseas peacekeeping, peacemaking, or humanitarian missions, the government should lower the flag on the Peace Tower to half-staff for the day following their demise as a remembrance of their important service to Canada and Canadians, and that a moment of silence to be observed in the House if the House is sitting on the same day. All those in favor of the motion on my left will please rise.
Mr. Telegdi. Mr. Matthews. Mr. Saint-Amand.
My left.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Dhaliwal.
Ms. Keeper.
Ms. Keeper.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Madame Thibault, Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mrs. Cadis.
Ms. Cadis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Monsieur André.
Mr. Audrey.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Molly.
Monsieur Bonin.
Mr. Bonin.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Canis.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Saint-Denis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wanda Fuca.
Marcus Ronald Wanda Fuca.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Patry.
Mr. Patry.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Case Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zed.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Ms. Caratak Lindell.
Caratak Lindell.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Cardin.
Mr. Cardin.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row on my left.
Janice.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Monsieur Thibault Westnova.
Thibault Westnova.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Proux.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Scrow.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Madame Picard et Monsieur Guimont, oui.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
First row on my left.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Paul Findlay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Guarnieri.
Madame Marlowe.
Madame Marlowe.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Crête.
Mr. Crête.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Ménard Rochelaga.
Ménard Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachin.
Monsieur Bachin.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Fourth row on my right.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Et à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Charlton.
Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Colin Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Colin Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Sixay.
Rangée à ma droite.
Mr.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Paul Martin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie.
Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
First row on my right.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies.
Davies.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Wajali-Jalis.
Alicia.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Monsieur Galipeau. Mr. Scheer.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
First row on my left. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Brownberry.
Brownberry.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Cannon, Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Fast.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Pitsy.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Shipley.
Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Lebel.
Lebel.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. Merrifield.
Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Devolin.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Harris. Sorry.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson Wildrose.
Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Teddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
The second row on my right.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Madame Verner.
Verner.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Oblonsky.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Kamosi.
Mr. Camus.
First row on my right.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Mr. Solberg. Mr. Emerson. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Cook Whitlam.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yeas pour 142, 142. Nays contre 115, 115.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
It being 5:50 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
9. In the name of Ms. Dalla concerning the Komagata Maru incident.
I'll leave it.
I would like to gently invite members of the House who do not wish to transact business in the House right now to go and do your private business in the lobbies. Order. Ms. Dalla, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should officially apologize to the Indo-Canadian community and to the individuals impacted by the 1914 Komagata Maru incident in which passengers were prevented from landing in Canada. Debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton, Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1914, a huge injustice occurred in our nation, an injustice that left a huge black mark on our nation's history. an injustice and tragedy that will ever serve as a reminder of the struggles and the challenges that immigrants have encountered in their hope for a better future in Canada. The incident, the injustice, and the tragedy that I speak of, Mr. Speaker, is the incident of the Kamagata Maru. On May 23, 1914, the Kamagata Maru, a passenger ship, arrived in Vancouver at the Burrard Inlet with 376 passengers from India. On board, 340 Sikhs, 12 Hindus, and 24 Muslims. Many of them had fought alongside the British in wars and given their lives for the Commonwealth. They were British citizens coming to a Commonwealth country, yet upon their arrival, they were horrified to learn that they would be denied the opportunity to disembark and enter Canada. The grounds, Canada's immigration laws, exclusionary, discriminatory, and racist, passed in the 1900s and designed to select immigrants based on race and country of origin. Legislation was passed, Mr. Speaker, which stated that to be admitted to Canada, immigrants were required to come by a continuous journey from their country of birth and were required to have at least $200. Even though the continuous journey regulation didn't mention race, didn't mention nationality, it was indeed an open secret that the regulation was to be applied and to be intended for those coming from India or China. Hence, Canadian authorities didn't permit these passengers on the Kamagata Maru to leave the boat. For 2 months, these passengers lived in prison-like conditions with little food or little water. They lived in conditions of famine, of starvation, and of disease. The Indo-Canadian community at that time, in particular those from the Casa de Juan Society, struggled to assist them and to fruitlessly negotiate on their behalf for them to be able to stay in Canada. And unfortunately, despite their efforts, despite their struggles, at the end of the 2 months, only 24 passengers were given permission to stay in Canada. The rest were ordered deported. And on July 23, 1914, the Canadian government of the day brought in the cruiser HMCS Rainbow, which aimed its guns at the Kamagata Maru and ordered for it to be escorted out of Canadian waters. Friends and supporters watched this bitter and horrific injustice, as it was the first time that the Canadian Navy had used the ship for aggression. A journey that had begun on April 4, 1914 from India ended on September 29, 1914, when the Kamagata Maru returned to Calcutta, India. And upon return, some of the passengers were killed and others arrested. This tragedy, Mr. Speaker, is an injustice and serves to remind us of this dark chapter in our nation's history. 94 years later, this chapter still remains open. The Indo-Canadian community, nor those who were impacted or affected, have ever received an apology from the government for this mistake of the past. Many before me have raised this issue. Individuals from the Indo-Canadian community, municipal, provincial, and federal politicians, like the members from Newton North Delta, Bramley Gore Malton, people like Saib Thind of the Professor Mohan Singh Foundation, Sukhi Bad of Radio Punjab, and Mr. Gurvinder Dhaliwal of Radio Sherry Punjab, Radio India Maninder Gill and Gurpreet Singh, Kulwinder from Red FM. But despite their efforts, despite their persistence, an apology has yet to be received. And Mr. Speaker, some Canadians might ask why this is important to raise nearly a century later. It is ironic that 90 years later, we once again have another Conservative government that is once again deciding to overhaul our immigration system, which would perhaps provide the minister with discretionary powers to pick and to choose who comes into our nation. And we only need to be reminded of the injustices of the past, injustices like the Kamagata Maru incident, or the time from 1885 to 1923 when there was a head tax for the Chinese, or the period from 1923 to 1945 where strict immigration rules prohibited the Jewish from entering our country. These are not proud moments for our nation's history. We must not, as a nation, go back to the politics of exclusion, of discrimination, or racism. We must move forward as Canadians and as a country. As a proud Canadian, as a proud Sikh, and as a proud Indo-Canadian, I have seen and I have heard firsthand how the injustices of the Kamagata Maru incident has left families around the world, including many in the Indo-Canadian community, with scars and with pain that can never, ever be forgotten. In 2006, there was a glimmer of hope when the Prime Minister spoke at the Gadri Baba Mela event in Vancouver and stated, and I quote, "I want you to know that the Government of Canada acknowledges the Kamagata Maru incident, and we will soon undertake consultations with the Indo-Canadian community on how best to recognize this sad moment in history." And as I stand here today, I can't help but wonder why, nearly 2 years after making this commitment, nearly 2 years later, there has been absolutely no progress. Why is it that 2 years later the community still continues to wait? This is an opportunity today for the Prime Minister and this Conservative government to follow his words up with action, to correct a wrong that occurred during a time when there was another Conservative Prime Minister. And Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that we as Canadians, as parliamentarians, cannot play politics with. No apology 94 years after the injustice and 2 years after the government has acknowledged the incident is a tragedy in itself. When we as a nation have done wrong in the past, we have always done the right thing. We have always done the courageous thing, and we have always apologized. In 1988, a formal apology and acknowledgement of unjust treatment and violation of human rights was given regarding the Japanese-Canadian internment. On June 22, 2006, an apology was given to the Chinese for the implementation of the Chinese head tax. And just recently, in November 2007, we as parliamentarians passed a motion recognizing that Japan used women as sex slaves during World War II and encouraged the federal government to press the government of Japan to make a formal and sincere apology to all victims referred to as comfort women. However, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all of my colleagues today, regardless of their political stripes, regardless of their political affiliation, to put partisan politics aside and to do the right thing and support this motion. It is with a great deal of pride that when one looks at Canada, we see the rest of the world. We as a nation are a symbol of hope for so many, a country in which equality, opportunity, acceptance, and respect are our hallmarks, a nation in which there are over 5 million visible minorities, all having the chance to succeed and to realize and fulfill their dreams, a nation that has been built on the hard work, the vision, the passion, and the efforts of immigrants, a nation in which, despite events like the Chinese head tax, a nation in which, despite events like the Kamagata Maru, Canadians from the Sikh community, from the Indian community, have been able to succeed, to achieve, to prosper, and contribute to the building of a better and brighter future for our nation. It is so imperative that we be able to reflect, that we be able to learn from our mistakes. We must never forget, as a nation, as Canadians, where we have come from, the sacrifices that have been made by those who have come before us, and the struggles and the challenges that we have faced as a nation to truly become the symbol of hope, the envy for the rest of the world. We must move forward as people, as Canadians, and as a nation. We must turn the page on this dark chapter in our nation's history, and we must begin that process with 3 simple words: we are sorry. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question for the member from Brampton, and it's this. At what point do we stop apologizing? At what point do we set the limit for apologies that the Government of Canada would make to various groups to Canadians for past injustices. The incident she brings up was truly a tragedy, was a most unfortunate incident, and in the decades that have passed since that tragic incident, the country has become more enlightened and has progressed and has a very different view of what it means to be a citizen of this great country. But I ask a very serious question here. At what point do we as a country establish the limit for these apologies? There have been many injustices done to immigrants of various ethnic backgrounds in decades and centuries past, whether they were the Irish or the Scottish or Jewish immigrants. At what point do we set those limits? Till recent decades, the University of Toronto, for example, had quotas for certain minorities to restrict their entry into professional schools. At what point do we say that, yes, those were injustices, but we're going to move on and we're going to look to the future and we're going to deal with injustices in our time?
The Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
There have been many injustices that have occurred in the past, and I would tell the honourable member we only need to take a stroll down memory lane and realize that, from 1885 to 1923, there was a head tax on the Chinese. The Chinese people weren't even given the right to vote federally until 1947. We take a look at the Italian community, the German community, the Jewish community, all who have been impacted by injustices that have occurred. And there have been programs that have been set up to provide the opportunity for students, for future generations, for youth to be educated on the struggles, the challenges that have been faced in the past. And we have done the right thing, I think, as parliamentarians, as a government previously, to apologize to the Chinese, to be able to apologize to the Japanese community. And it is unfortunate that in this particular situation, for this grave injustice, for this dark chapter in our history, that the Indo-Canadian community has not been apologized to. And I don't think that we as parliamentarians or that we as elected officials representing our constituents should be pitting one ethnic community with one community against another. That is not the right approach. But when an injustice that is grave as this has occurred, I think it is an opportunity for all of us to do the right thing, to provide that leadership, to take that action, and ensure that we do issue an apology for a grave injustice that was done in the past.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable the Minister for CIDA, International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening very intently to the arguments being put forward by the Honourable Member on the opposition side. I'd like to ask the member why it took a Conservative government to apologize to the Japanese Canadians, and why the over 13 years of Liberal government was nothing done when the Chinese were asking for acknowledgement and apology, and why it took this Conservative government to compensate and recognize the Chinese Canadians, and why, if the Komagata Maru victims are asking for recognition, and it went back over 20 years. While the Liberals in power, they had years and years to act on this. And why are they now asking for recognition of that victimization? Mr. Speaker, this is just another demonstration that the members opposite, instead of trying to do the right thing on principle, that they are now asking only to do and talk about something they had the power to do, and now because they don't believe that they should act on principle, they only want power, they only say things at times when they think they're going to be re-elected for power rather than principle. And so could she tell me why all the many years when they had the ability did they not do what she's asking this government to do?
The Honourable Member has 1 minute to respond.
Mr. Speaker, need I remind the member that it was this Conservative government that came in and cancelled $55 million of the acknowledged, commemorate, and educational program for many of these injustices that have been done. This is an issue that cannot have partisan politics played with. It's an issue where I think all parliamentarians should come together and do the right thing and issue an apology. And I must remind the honourable member that the Prime Minister stood up in 2006 at an event with the Indo-Canadian community in Vancouver and stated that he would try to move forward on a recognition. It's been 2 years later, and this motion is an opportunity for the Prime Minister and for this government to back up his words, instead of empty rhetoric, to back it up with action, to do the right thing and to support this motion, because Canadians are counting on them to do that.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to this. Thank you very much. I am pleased to have the opportunity to rise today to speak on the government's position on motion 469, which reads as follows. That in the opinion of the House, the government should officially apologize to the Indo-Canadian community and to the individuals impacted in the 1914 Kamagata Maru incident, in which passengers were prevented from landing in Canada. But I'd like to start by acknowledging the member from Brampton Springdale and to thank her for bringing this important incident to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that anyone here today is proud of the treatment that the 354 passengers of the Komagata Maru who were not allowed to land received from the Government of Canada. I know that I'm not. The passengers on board the ship were not allowed to land in Canada because they had not come to Canada by a continuous journey, which was required under the immigration regulations that were in place at the time. They were not allowed to land because Cabinet had decreed that immigrants from Asia were required to have a minimum of $200 on arrival. This was no small sum in 1914. By today's standards, I think most people would agree that this was discriminatory. But even though the immigration regulations were found by the courts to be valid at the time, most observers today would agree that they do not reflect current Canadian values. How could anyone on the ship not feel that they were being treated as second-class citizens of the British Empire? The decision to turn the Komagata Maru away from Canada had even more dire consequences when the ship arrived back in India. Attempts by British officials to transport the passengers back to the Punjab provoked a riot in which 20 of the passengers were killed. Mr. Speaker, this was a bleak moment for Canada. It's one of the most notorious incidents in the sad chapter of exclusion laws in Canadian history. At the time of the Komagata Maru incident, there were only a few thousand immigrants from India in Canada. Most of them arrived late in the 19th century, and they settled in the Vancouver area. Despite the discrimination they experienced on an almost daily basis, they were determined to make a home of their new country, and they persevered to build better lives for themselves and for their children. Today, Canada's Indo-Canadian community has grown to about 750,000 people. They've been instrumental in building a vibrant economy and society, not only in British Columbia, but indeed right across Canada. They've risen to prominent positions in every facet of our society. They've become an important part of the multicultural mosaic that we are so proud of here in Canada today. Prime Minister Harper acknowledged, the Prime Minister acknowledged the lasting contribution that Indo-Canadians have made to our prosperity and cultural diversity in August 2006. If you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read a brief excerpt from the speech the Prime Minister made at the Gadri Babian Damala Festival in Surrey. Simply put, he said, you're helping to build a stronger Canada that benefits all of us. When you succeed, Canada succeeds. And it's no secret that the Indo-Canadian community has amassed an enviable record of success, one which stems from the values that underlie this community: hard work, a dedication to the pursuit of excellence, and a commitment to family, to community, and to country. Mr. Speaker, in that speech, the Prime Minister acknowledged that the Komagata Maru incident, he announced that the government would consult with the Indo-Canadian community on the best way to recognize this sad moment in Canadian history. Our government has shown leadership on this issue. A short time after the Prime Minister's speech in Surrey, the Minister of Canadian Heritage asked her Parliamentary Secretary, the member from Kootenay, Columbia, to lead consultations on the tragic Komagata Maru incident. You will hear about his consultations later in this debate. Consultations are one thing, but without action to follow them up, they don't amount to much. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, my government has established two new programs: the Community Historical Recognition Program and the National Historical Recognition Program. The Community Historical Recognition Program is a grants and contributions program. It will provide funding for community-based projects that will allow ethno-cultural communities affected by wartime measures and immigration restrictions that were applied in Canada to promote awareness of their experiences and to have them recognized. The program will also highlight the contributions these communities have made to Canadian society. The second program, the National Historical Recognition Program, is designed to fund federal initiatives that will inform Canadians, particularly youth, about historical incidents or episodes related to wartime measures and immigration practices. This program will also focus on the contributions made by the affected communities to the building of Canada. We will give stakeholder and partners a voice in how federal initiatives are developed under the National Historical Recognition Program. To ensure that the Community Historical Recognition Program and the National Historical Recognition Program achieve their goals, we will make an investment of $34 million over 4 years in these programs. Recognizing the historical experiences and raising awareness through these initiatives will help to strengthen the sense of inclusion of all communities in Canada and to help ensure that similar practices do not recur. It will help to turn the page on the Komagata Maru incident. Mr. Speaker, our government has recognized the Komagata Maru incident at the highest level. We have conducted consultations with the Indo-Canadian community on the best ways to respond to this tragic episode in our history. We have established programs to recognize past injustices and to educate Canadians, particularly those who are too young to remember the wrongs committed by those in authority dozens of years ago, in this case decades ago. Mr. Speaker, our government has shown true leadership on the file, and we will continue to work with the Indo-Canadian community to ensure that this incident is not forgotten and that incidents like this never occur again in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that the Bloc Québécois will support Motion 469 in the name of the Honourable Member for Brampton-Springdale. The motion that asks the government to officially apologize to the Indo-Canadian community and to the individuals impacted in the 1914 Komagata Maru incident. We all know that in 1908, Canada adopted a regulation that seriously limited the settlement of immigrants. It was through an order in council at the time that the Canadian government stated that immigrants who didn't come to Canada by way of a continuous trip, that is, that they didn't go directly to Canada from their country of origin, would not be able to enter Canada. That directly affected the Asian immigrants who could not pay $200 once they arrived, because that was another regulation that was in place. It is in the context that the incident of the Komagata Maru occurred. It's a very sad story that demonstrates the discrimination that Asian immigrants suffered from at the time. It was in 1914 that the Komagata Maru came into Canadian waters off British Columbia. There were some 376 immigrants, passengers on board, Punjabis, Muslims. They didn't travel directly from Hong Kong to Canada. They had stopped at Shanghai and Yokohama, and therefore, because they had not made a continuous trip, because of the order in council, they faced a difficult situation. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, at that time there was no shipping line at that time that made a direct trip from to Canada from the port of departure. The ones who were already Canadian residents were able to disembark, but all the others had to stay on the ship for 2 months. The Conservative government at the time quoted legal grounds to prevent the passengers from the Komagata Maru from entering Canada. It was the continuous voyage. They didn't have the minimum amount of money, that is to say $200, and there was a regulation that prohibited workers from coming in at the ports of entry on the Pacific coast, but they weren't expelled from the territory. A few weeks later, 5 judges from the Supreme Court of British Columbia ruled that it was valid, and they ordered the removal of these passengers, that they be expelled from Canada. Further to that, the ship was escorted into international waters by a warship from Canada, and it was when they were nearing Calcutta, they were told that they would be going to Punjab to disembark. They didn't want to. There was a riot. 20 people died from that, and many were injured. There were many who had come already to Quebec and who had established themselves in the province of Quebec, in the area of Montreal, many Indo-Canadians. Canada was asked for an apology, but that did not happen. The contribution of those Indo-Canadians and their communities has been noted for Canada. Such incidents, we would say, Mr. Speaker, should never happen again. In 2006, the Prime Minister made a speech in which he said that the Government of Canada was aware of the incident, acknowledged the incident of the Kamagata Maru, and there would be possibility to recall what happened and also to historically recognize their contribution to society. But although the Prime Minister recognized the incident, no formal apology has been forthcoming to the Indo-Canadian community.
And this must not be just a symbolic gesture at which this government is very good at. We believe that the government should also take other more concrete actions to show that this incident has been properly acknowledged. For example, perhaps a commemorative monument or a museum, a historical exhibit. Mr. Speaker, an apology is needed. The Bloc Québécois acknowledges what happened, and we will be voting in favor of Motion 469. But we need to also acknowledge other similar incidents. And I'll give you two examples. In 1918, under a conservative government, there was a group of people that were fired upon by the military, and 4 people were killed. The people killed were absolutely innocent. We feel that the government should provide compensation for the families involved, and this was never done. There were also the Aboriginal children sent to residential schools. 81,000 survivors are still with us. The Bloc Québécois called on the minister and on the government to provide proper compensation, to give an apology to the Aboriginal people, and this was never done. In the spring of 2007, the House of Commons apologized to the residents of these residential schools that suffered abuse and assimilation. These were Inuit, Indian, and Métis children that lost their language and their culture, and there were as well sexual and emotional assaults and physical assaults on these children. Last spring, the House of Commons agreed to apologize to the Aboriginal people affected by this, but to this point, the Prime Minister has always refused to officially apologize to the families of the children who were affected. My time is nearly up. I would therefore say that we will indeed support this motion. It is an important motion. It does not cost very much for us to officially apologize for this incident. This afternoon we had a vote, And I was astonished to see that people voted against half-masting the flag for when soldiers were killed. Everyone says the troops are wonderful. They are acknowledged as doing good work, but they are not even honored by having the flag at half-mast if they should be killed. So we are very pleased to see that the member and other members here of Parliament want to recognize the flagrant injustice that was done here regarding the Kamotogata Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak in support of Bill M469 and to inform the member from Brampton-Springdale that the whole of the NDP caucus will also be supporting this important motion. Mr. Speaker, the dark shadow of racism can be found in the story of the Koromata Maru. And one of the questions that came earlier was how often should we apologize? Well, I'll remind people here that when you deny or forget your past, you're bound to repeat it, and that is one of my concerns. It was originally under the government of Wilfrid Laurier in 1909 that the concept of the continuous journey was introduced into Canadian immigration, and that's when the dark shadow of racism started creeping across the land. Now, Mr. Speaker, the story we've been hearing about this Japanese steamliner that sailed from Hong Kong to Shanghai to Yokohama, Japan, and then to Vancouver in 1914 and carrying those 376 passengers, mostly from Punjab, India, and following that lengthy journey were turned away and not allowed to enter Canada. This act of racism occurred under the Conservative government of Robert Borden. Now, this was one of the most notorious incidents in the history of the early 20th century of the exclusion laws in Canada and in the United States, Mr. Speaker, that were designed to keep out people of Asian origin. Sadly, it was not the last time Canada's exclusionary practices. You'll recall the ship of the damned, the Jewish people who came to the shores of Canada only to be turned away by a member of the government who said one Jew is one Jew too many in this country. In 1958, the Conservatives under John Diefenbaker moved to block the flow of Italian Canadians coming to Canada. The shadow of racism was still alive. And of course, today, buried in the latest budget bill, Bill C-50, the Conservative government today is moving to control immigration. And it will allow not only who gets into Canada, more importantly, but who does not get in, who's excluded in this immigration package that's coming forth. But back to the story of this ship. Gurjit Singh, a well-to-do fisherman in Singapore, decided he wanted to force Canada to eliminate their exclusionary practices and exclusion law. So he felt by circumventing these laws, by hiring a boat to sail from Calcutta to Vancouver, he could help his compatriots whose journeys to Canada had been blocked. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, Canada passed several bills limiting the civil rights of Indians, including the right to vote, hold public office, serve on juries, or practice as pharmacists, lawyers, or accountants. However, because India, like Canada, was part of the British Empire, Canadian authorities did not pass exclusion laws directly targeting those of Indian origin. The British authorities saw the Indian resentment when the white Australian policy was put into place in 1905. So when Canada started to make their plans, the warnings came from London to take care and to understand the ramifications of building a nationalist fervour in India. So we acceded to what the British Crown wanted at that time. Clearly, Canadian immigration authorities had devised a devious way to indirectly halt Indian immigration to this country. This had been built around the continuous journey provisions that you heard about today. To be admitted into Canada, immigrants had to come by a continuous journey from their country of birth and enter with at least $200. They knew, Mr. Speaker, that the ships coming from India, stopping in Japan, that would not be a continuous journey. Thus, the ugly shadow of racism was hidden within the context of that continuous journey regulation. And because it did not mention race or nationality. To some, it could even be argued it was fair because it applied to all immigrants. This was certainly one of the many shadows of racism that passed over Canada over the last 100 years. It was very clear to all that the regulation was intended to apply only to Indians, and at the time, the Canadian Pacific did run a very lucrative shipping line between Vancouver and Calcutta. The Canadian government persuaded the company to stop this service. It then became impossible to come to Canada by the continuous journey. Mission accomplished. This, of course, was racist when it was used to enforce a white Canada-only policy. In chartering the Komagata-Maru, Mr. Singh's goal was to challenge the continuous journey regulation. He believed that that would open the door for immigration from India to Canada. Hong Kong became the point of departure, and the ship was scheduled to leave in March, but Mr. Singh was arrested for selling tickets for an illegal voyage. He was later released on bail and given permission by the government of Hong Kong to set sail. Many passengers joined the ship in Shanghai on April 8th, and the ship arrived in Yokohama on April 14th, left Yokohama on May 3rd, with its full complement of 376 passengers, and arriving in Vancouver on May 23rd after several months at sea. This is a quote from the time. "This ship belongs to the whole of India. This is a symbol of the honor of India, and if this was detained, there would be a mutiny in the armies." That was one of the passengers told one of the British officers that greeted them in Vancouver. Balwart Singh, the head priest of the Gurdwara in Vancouver, met the ship and became one of 3 delegates sent to London and India to represent the case of the Indians in Canada. When the ship arrived in Canadian waters, of course, it had not been allowed to dock. The Conservative Premier of British Columbia, Richard McBride, gave a categorical statement that the passengers would not be allowed to disembark. A shore committee was formed and protest meetings were held in Canada and the United States. At one held in the Dominion Hall in Vancouver, it was resolved if the passengers were not allowed to get off, Indo-Canadians would follow them back to India. The implications would be that there would be a rebellion if that were to occur. The Shore Committee raised over $22,000, and you can imagine that amount of money in that time, in that era, as an installment for chartering such a ship. And they also launched a test case to test the legality in the name of Munshi Singh, one of the passengers. On July 7th, the full bench of the Supreme Court of Canada gave a unanimous judgment, and we've heard that in the House from the Conservative Speaker earlier, that the new Orders in Council, that it had no authority to interfere with the decisions of the Department of Immigration and Colonization. The Japanese captain then was relieved of his duty by the angry passengers, but the Canadian government ordered a tug, Sea Line, to push the ship out to sea, and on July 19th, the angry passengers fought back with the only weapons they had. They weren't armed. In the quote from the Sun in Vancouver, howling masses of Hindus showered policemen with lumps of coal and bricks. It was like standing underneath a coal chute. The government also mobilized the HMCS Rainbow, a former Royal Navy ship under the command of Commander HoC, with troops from the Royal Irish Fusiliers, 72nd Highlanders, and in the end, only 24 passengers were admitted to Canada since the ship had violated the exclusion laws, and the remaining passengers didn't have the funds, the $200 required. As we know, that was an exorbitant amount of money in that day. So the ship turned around and it departed for Asia. And we've heard the story when they arrived in Asia, in Calcutta on September 26. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see your point. When they arrived, they met by a British gunboat, and as we've heard before, they were diverted to Bunji, where the British intended to put the group on a train to Punjab. The passengers did not wish to go, and when they proceeded to explain that and a riot broke out, some 20 people were killed. Now, Mr. Speaker, today the lessons of this dark period of racism, seem to be lost in the current government. Their move to control immigration, embedded in Bill C-50, I feel has the same hidden exclusion as the turn of the century. We hear the Liberals of sail this bill as being discriminatory and having the hidden agenda of exclusion, but will they defeat it? We hear the rhetoric. We'll wait to see the vote. And once and for all, who stands up for new Canadians and the families in this country? As for Bill M-469, I, along with the members of my party, are proud to stand in support of that bill, as we will stand and oppose Bill C-50 when it comes before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
floor now belongs to the seconder of this motion, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this issue. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member from Brampton, Springdale, for proposing this motion, which was a long overdue. I have listened very carefully to my colleagues on the Conservative benches and also on the NDP and the Bloc. The consensus seems to be that the government is not willing to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, as the other speakers have mentioned and told the history about this incident, it is a black mark in Canadian chapters. So when I look at in early 1900s, the Canadian immigration officials began making provisions to block immigration from United India, which is now India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, three different countries, and were advised by the London to be cautious in their approach because both Canada and India were part of the British Empire and rights of all subjects of the empire needed to be respected. Canadian officials nevertheless devised on immigration regulation that had the effect of excluding many prospective Indian immigrants. To be admitted to Canada, immigrants were required to come by a continuous journey from their country of birth and enter with at least 200 cash each passenger. The continuous journey regulation did not mention race or nationality and on surface seemed fair and applicable to all immigrants. However, it was an open secret that the regulation was intended to be applied primarily to the people from British India. And when I look at this, Mr. Speaker, other speakers have mentioned the history. I'm not going to go into the history, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this Conservative government, when their Prime Minister was in Surrey, in my riding, on August 6, 2006, he made a commitment. I'm going to quote what Mr. Prime Minister said at that time. The Government of Canada acknowledges the Komagata Maru tragedy and we will soon undertake consultations with the Indo-Canadian community on how best to recognize this sad moment in our history. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's been long 2 years that this government has done nothing. In fact, now I can see that they are going to oppose to this motion. And I personally feel that we are putting the work done by many members of this House and also many members from the community, as mentioned earlier by Brampton Springdale member, people from Mohan Singh Memorial Foundation, people like Saab Thind and his associates who have worked for 10 continuous years. And in fact, they have prepared a petition to be filed in this House, which was also filed by one of the Conservative members, to have an apology. All they are looking for is a simple apology from this House, and they were not looking for any compensation. Mr. Speaker, it is the right thing for this government to apologize at this point in time and make all us Canadians proud that we care about all communities and we treat every community equally. Because when I look at the ACE agreement, the acknowledged ACE agreement that we Liberals brought in 2005, that was to acknowledge, commemorate, and educate the past injustices done to all communities in one agreement. Because we cannot cherry pick between one community or the other. And in fact, when this government came in, all the funds that Liberals put it in place, they cancelled it. This is the record that shows. And now on new bill, we'll see 50 on the immigration. That is what they are doing as well now. They are hiding those sweeping immigration changes into the budget well. What are they trying to do? Is trying to go around this and not come up clean. And I would request all members of this House to support the member from Brampton-Springdale's motion and vote in favor and pass this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from Brampton-Springdale's motion reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should officially apologize to the Indo-Canadian community and to the individuals impacted in the 1914 Komagata-Maru incident, in which passengers were prevented from landing in Canada. Now, this motion that she has presented reflects our 2008 societal values as a nation. Canada is a multicultural nation that is proud to have the privilege of benefiting from diverse backgrounds and heritages. We value the many cultures that make up the fabric of our society. Today's motion also serves as a comment on the societal values of 1908. That's exactly 100 years ago. Then, as now, MPs and government reflect the values of their time, in words and in their actions. It's important to look back 100 years to understand how this incident ever came about. In 1908, during the tenure of Prime Minister Sir Wilfrid Laurier, a government regulation amended Canada's Immigration Act to include a continuous journey clause. The clause prohibited immigrants from India and Asia from landing in Canada if they did not come by a continuous journey from India. Now, this was intentional because it was well known that there was no way for persons traveling from India to Canada to make a continuous journey. But it was reflective of Canadian society views as expressed by MPs in 1908. The Liberal Prime Minister, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, on March the 24th said, and I quote, "The situation with regard to the Hindus at the present time can be easily explained. The regulations of the Department of the Interior provide that all undesirables, idiots, insane, or incapables, for instance, can be and ought to be excluded. But it was felt that certain parties were coming in not from the country of their origin, but from other countries, and therefore they could not be sent back to the country of their origin." Laurier says, "Therefore, the Minister of the Interior, in order to have the machinery under his hand to send back to the country of origin any man who did not come up to our regulations physically, mentally, or otherwise, passed a regulation whereby no one would be admitted unless he came through a ticket from the country of his origin." It was interesting that Conservative Robert Borden asked, does it make any difference how long the immigrant has been in the country from which he comes? For instance, Borden asks, if a German has resided for 3 or 4 years in England before coming to Canada, would you refuse him admission on that account? Laurier answers, this question has not been looked into, and I think it not likely to arise. If a German were coming from Great Britain after being there some years, I do not know what we should do, as the situation has never arisen. But we are looking into what actually has arisen. Steamship companies, in their anxiety to bring people here, might take them all over the globe, and we should not be able to send the undesirables to the countries of their nationality. Therefore, Laurier says, to make sure we passed regulations whereby no one would be permitted to land unless he came from the country of his origin. The Hindus who have been deported or excluded come under that regulation. The regulation is not directed against the Hindus or any other nationality, but it is a regulation that applies to all nationalities and was deemed essential in order to control the character of immigrants who were admitted to this country. And it wasn't only the Prime Minister. Liberal Mr. McPherson at the time, in April the 8th, 1908, also said, I think the object of the amendment brought in by the Minister is quite plain. Sam Hughes, identified as a Liberal Conservative, said, to exclude Hindus, that's all. McPherson, the Liberal, says, yes, to exclude Hindus and all kinds of Asiatics and all kinds of undesirable people. In 1914, the Komagata-Maru incident occurred. On May the 23rd, 1914, 376 East Indians, 22 were returning Canadian residents, arrived in Vancouver Harbour on board the Japanese steamer, the Komagata-Maru. The steamer met with a very hostile reception. For weeks, the vessel lay in harbour as human cargo deprived of food and water by Canadian authorities who thought to weaken their resolve. Finally, on June the 20th, 1914, in the face of impending starvation, a passengers' committee agreed to the Canadian government's demand that a test case go before an immigration board of inquiry. A week later, the case of Munshi Singh, a young Sikh farmer, was heard, and he was ruled inadmissible on the grounds that he had violated 3 orders in council, in particular the continuous journey regulation. When the BC Court of Appeal upheld the decision, the way was paved for the passengers to be deported. This happened exactly 2 months after the arrival of the doomed ship in the Vancouver harbour. With the local citizenry cheering on the docks, a Canadian gunship escorted the Komagata Maru to international waters. Unfortunately, upon their return to India, 20 passengers were killed by British soldiers after being shot during a riot. Now, the only thing that changed from the time that Laurier brought in this act in 1908 and 1914 was the increased tension in Europe brought on by an arms race among major powers that exhibited a challenge to the British Empire. Some 1914 Canadians felt that that added incidental justification for the continuation of the continuous journey clause. Laurier, having been Prime Minister in 1908 when the clause came into being, felt compelled to say something again in 1914. His remarks were, and I quote, "The question of why other British subjects also do not want the people of the Komagata Maru to immigrate to their countries is not altogether a racial one. The basis of the objection is not wholly antipathy to the yellow races." Laurier says, when members of the Asiatic races go to South Africa, to the Straits settlements, to British Columbia, to California, to Australia, or anywhere, the moment they come into contact with white labor and white working men, there is conflict. The reason is altogether an economic one. These men of Asiatic races have been accustomed for ages to a standard of civilization entirely different from ours. Laurier says, they live more cheaply than we do, they accept lower rate of wage. That is the commencement of trouble. So long as this is so, you will have the same trouble wherever Asiatics come into contact with men of the Caucasian race. Mr. Speaker, what I find really astounding is that this was the former Prime Minister of Canada in this chamber using these words. He goes on, "These men have been taught by a certain school of politics that they are the equals of British subjects. Unfortunately, they are brought face to face with the hard facts only when it is too late." Laurier says, "In my humble judgment, while the government will do well to keep them out, the best method is to resort not to law, but if it is possible, to diplomacy. Let arrangements be made with the government of India whereby they will do as the Japanese government have done, try to keep their own people home. They may say, the white people come to our country, why should not the people of our country go to yours? Well, that's logical, but unfortunately, this is a matter in which such logic will not count, and we shall have trouble until the remedy, which I venture humbly to submit, is applied by this government." Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, our society has evolved, but it has taken a long time. Although Canadian values have evolved, we note that during the Second World War, our nation faced a similar historic failure. On May the 13th, 1939, the SS St. Louis departed from Hamburg, Germany, with 937 Jewish refugees aboard. Canada again faced a dark moment in its history when a month later the Liberal Prime Minister Mackenzie King stated he was emphatically opposed to the admission of the St. Louis passengers. Unbelievably, previous to that, the Prime Minister of Canada had stated the admission of refugees perhaps posed a greater menace to Canada in 1938 than Hitler did. This is really quite amazing stuff. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have to take any lessons from the Liberals on this issue. I'm proud to say that successive Conservative governments have boldly addressed historic wrongs of our great nation. September the 22nd, 1988, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney formally announced the Japanese redress to right the wrongs committed against the Japanese Canadians during World War II. June the 22nd in 2006, our current Prime Minister formally announced the Chinese head tax redress with ex gratia symbolic payments of $20,000. On the specific issue of the Komagata Maru incident, our Prime Minister has stated in his speech in August 2006, "We haven't always lived up to our own highest ideals. The events of 1914 serve as a particularly stark example of this. Our government is working very diligently at this point on community and national historic recognition programs. We are going to be bringing them forward very quickly. Mr. Speaker, let me say again, while the Liberals talk, the Conservatives take action." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to get up this evening and speak to this motion 469. I'd like to mention that I spent this past weekend at dinner with the Indo community in my city of Saskatoon, celebrating their annual vegetarian dinner. And they always remind me how grateful they are that the Conservatives had indeed done so much for their community, especially the inquiry into the Air India disaster, and they never forget that we have done that for them, and they have come to appreciate what we have done. And among those people, there was a great loss to our community. They themselves had lost someone in that air disaster, and again, they remind me how appreciative they are. So, besides the very good food, I really enjoy being among them because they are indeed a very, very good and wonderful contributors to our community. So, as the House has heard already, that Canada does have the reputation of being one of the world's most inclusive and diverse societies. However, our history includes dark moments, actions related to immigration restrictions and wartime measures, which, although illegal at the time, are inconsistent with the values of Canadians, the values that Canadians hold today. You've also heard that our Prime Minister publicly stated that the Government of Canada acknowledges the Komagata-Maru incident. In his acknowledgement, he committed to hold consultations with the Indo-Canadian community on how best to recognize this sad moment in our history. To that end, the Minister of Canadian Heritage asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage to consult with representatives of the Indo-Canadian community about their historical experiences related to the 1914 incident. After receiving that mandate in November 2006, my honourable colleague gladly undertook that process. Given the great diversity of religious belief and national origins within the Indo community, it was considered very important to provide an opportunity for members of the Indo-Canadian community to hear each other's views on historical recognition. This was done to help build consensus in the community. I'd like to take a few minutes to describe for you the consultations and the outcomes of these pan-Canadian meetings. In total, 41 meetings were held with community leaders and organizations representing a broad cross-section of the Indo-Canadian community, professionals, community and business leaders, journalists, and academics. My honourable colleague even heard from some of the descendants of the passengers from the Komagata-Maru. There was also representation from varying religious affiliations and from different segments of the Indo-Canadian community. Given the linguistic diversity of the Indo-Canadian community, interpretation was offered in English, French, Punjabi, Hindu, and Urdu at our public meetings. Written submissions were also accepted. Indo-Canadian representatives were invited from other parts of the country, and community leaders from Manitoba and Nova Scotia participated in Toronto. A written brief from an Indo-Canadian community leader from Quebec was also submitted. In Vancouver, about 180 members of the community attended the meeting, almost a third of whom spoke. In Toronto, nearly 150 people attended the town hall, with 37 individuals rising to the microphones to make statements. There was a wide range of suggestions for projects to recognize the Komagata-Maru incident, the continuous journey, regulation, and the contributions of the Indo-Canadian community. The community was nearly united in calling for the establishment of a memorial or a monument to commemorate the incident. There was also a high degree of
It is with regret that I interrupt the honourable member, but the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. When motion M469 returns for debate in the House, there will be 6 minutes left to the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to make her comments. À ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been presented and moved. The question, therefore, is as follows: that this House now do adjourn. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 4th, I asked a question in the House. I put this question to the Minister of Finance and asked him to help the forestry sector workers, reminding him of some proposals that we had made on January 24th to help our industry, our economy, our workers to cope with the slowdown in the economy, which in the United States, and we were starting to feel this in Quebec and Ontario as well, we could see a slowdown in the forestry sector. Since then, unfortunately, things have got worse. A few minutes ago, Mr. Belanke, who is the president of the American Bank, confirmed that there was a recession in the United States. He announced his forecast. He said that there will be a growth rate of 1.1%, and most of our exports, 85% of our exports, go to the United States. So it's obvious that it is clear that the buying power of Quebec or of Canada will not be enough to help us. This House adopted a motion, and there was a message to the government. On March 31st, there was $10 billion in the surplus, but it was used to pay down the debt. We agreed $3 billion should be used to pay down the debt, but we wanted to use the other $7 billion to help other sectors get through the crisis, such as the forestry sector. The government could have gone ahead. They could have had an action plan to help the communities, but the very ideological, laissez-faire attitude of the Conservative government does not correspond to our realities. The NDP presented a motion of defiance this morning. We supported it. The ideological approach of the government does not correspond to the reality, and when it reminds me, just before the Great Depression in the United States, well, this was back in the 30s. This was a horrible event, and which makes me wonder why the government is not going forward with some type of an action plan to help the sector, because we know the provinces are not getting the money it needs. The federal government has more money than it needs, but the federal government shouldn't be afraid to invest in sectors. As the minister said, he said this is not the time to engage in overspending, but I must say that we have to help the forestry sector, the manufacturing sector right now. Will the government ever decide to move to take concrete action that will help these sectors? Thank you.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
I rise tonight on behalf of the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc member believes that the government has failed to support the manufacturing and forestry sectors. And once again, he is wrong. Through the Advantage Canada plan, the government's delivered important benefits for the manufacturing sector by helping it better invest and better compete. For example, we are providing over $9 billion in tax relief by 2012-2013 through a number of measures. They are including broad-based tax reductions, temporary accelerated write-off investments in machinery and equipment used in manufacturing or processing, improvements to the availability and accessibility of the financial support for research and development for small and medium-sized businesses by increasing the expenditure limit for the Enhanced scientific research and experimental development investment tax credit. We're extending the enhanced scientific research and experimental development investment tax credit to medium-sized companies by phasing out access to the enhanced benefits over increased taxable capital and taxable income ranges, and $100 million over 2 years to support strategic, large-scale research and development projects in the automotive sector in developing innovation, greener, and more fuel-efficient vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to discuss how this government is helping Canadians and their communities affected by the slowing global economy. To help vulnerable communities and laid-off workers, the Prime Minister announced in January up to $1 billion for the Community Trust Development Trust to support communities and workers experiencing hardship. This support is being allocated by providing each province with $10 million and each territory with $3 million, with the balance being provided on an equal per capita basis. Funds provided in the Community Development Trust can be used by the provinces to invest in job training and skills development to meet identified local or regional groups. The Trust will also support the development of community transition plans, economic development or infrastructure initiatives that support the diversification of local communities. February's budget built on funding provided by the Community Development Trust by providing an additional $90 million to extend to 2012 the targeted initiative for older workers to help older workers stay in the workforce. We provided $10 million over 2 years to Natural Resources Canada to promote Canada's forestry sector in international markets as a model of environmental innovation and sustainability. And we're allocating $72 million over 2 years to farm programs and to improve access to $3.3 billion in potential cash advances to Canadian farmers. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes that the provinces and the territories are well placed to identify the unique difficulties facing these communities across Canada. Since 2006, this government has provided over $9 billion in support for the manufacturing and forestry industries. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken decisive action to support Canadians in the labour market. We've invested the $1 billion in the Community Development Trust to bolster the provincial and territorial efforts to build stronger communities and support workers hurt by international economic volatility. We completed labour market agreements with British Columbia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick to provide training opportunities to those who do not qualify for employment insurance. In Budget 2008, we extended support for older workers through 2012 by providing $90 million in new funds for the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. It's too bad, Mr. Speaker, that these arguments are made for the walls, to a wall. That means that the government is not listening. There's nothing working. Tens and tens of thousands of jobs that have disappeared in the manufacturing and forestry sectors in Ontario and Quebec. They've been able to resist in the past, but what's happening now is that the jobs are disappearing. Just look at the Beauce area of Quebec. They are great entrepreneurs in the Beauce, but there's the problem there as well because of a lack of sales to the United States. The investment in research and development as well is suffering. It's not, if a company doesn't make any profits, helping them in certain ways will not have any effect. Will this government not understand? Finally, because there is inaction on the part of the government hurting all workers.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has been concerned about the unemployed that are in vulnerable communities, and that's why we provided the $160 million investment in the Targeted Initiative of Older Workers, the $1 billion for the Community Development Trust, and the billions that annually in other supports, including the expanded EI benefits and job retraining programs, And we believe that that this government is on the right road, that we plan on creating the best educated, most skilled, and most educated workforce in the world. We believe that higher learning is critical to Canada's international competitiveness nationwide over the next 10 years. Approximately 2/3 of the new jobs will be in occupations that will require some form of post-secondary education. Mr. Speaker, we're investing, we're focused on developing, retraining, and attracting highly skilled and innovative workers to support our communities. And as noted in the 2008 budget, we are working to make sure that all Canadians who want to work will be able to get the training they need to get a good job.
It's with regret that I must interrupt the honourable member, but now the floor belongs to the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 15th, I asked a question in this House regarding the government's commitment to frank and frequent reporting to Canadians about Canada's mission in Afghanistan. We on this side of the House remain steadfast in our belief that Canadians deserve greater transparency and greater accountability when it comes to our mission in Afghanistan. Greater transparency and more accountability from the government are key parts of why Liberals supported the recent motion to extend and to redefine Canada's mission in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, this House will recall that our amendment specifically called for quarterly reports of the progress of the mission tabled in Parliament, as well as calling on the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and National Defence to make regular appearances before a special parliamentary committee dealing with Afghanistan. Now, I was encouraged to see these items included in the motion that was brought forward by the government. It was a great step towards our position, and it was a great step forward for this House to have members and parties that were working together on the mission in Afghanistan to bring forward a distinctly Canadian compromise on this important international mission. Mr. Speaker, as has become the norm, unfortunately, for this Conservative government, we are now seeing actions that counter the commitments that were made here in this House. Most recently, this Conservative government decided to revoke an invitation to opposition members of Parliament to accompany the Minister of Defence as members of a Canadian delegation to the NATO meetings in Bucharest. The official opposition is committed in its efforts to work constructively on our mission in Afghanistan. One of the key recommendations made in the report of the independent panel studying the future of Canada's mission in Afghanistan was for the government to increase the transparency of its actions in respect to the mission, a recommendation this government is once again demonstrating it's ignoring. The panel called on the government to rebalance its communications with Canadians about our activities in Afghanistan, providing more information and analysis on the diplomatic and reconstruction development dimensions of this mission. The official opposition joins the panel in calling on the government to engage Canadians in a continuous, frank, and constructive dialogue about the conditions in Afghanistan and the extent to which Canadian objectives are being achieved. Part of the Canadian mission is to reflect Canadian values in Afghanistan and promote the rule of law. There has been considerable secrecy concerning the issue of detainees. We have heard cases of torture. Unfortunately, we've learned about these through the media. This government has not been straightforward with Canadians with regard to detainees in the past. There is no doubt that we must commit to greater transparency, to respect a policy on the taking and transferring of prisoners. It is imperative that we know, it's imperative that Canadians know, detainees are treated in accordance with the rule of law. It is our hope that the government remains steadfast in this very important issue and continues to report to Canadians in a transparent and open way so that there are no questions that need to be debated.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again it's a pleasure for me to rise and to talk about the government's efforts for the mission in Afghanistan. And I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this question up. I know it's a passion for her, and we understand for that. But you're right, and I agree with my honourable colleague that it is a very important mission. It's a Canadian mission, and as one of the most important post-war missions that Canada has undertaken. At this time, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the official opposition for working with the government and coming forward with suggestions which were incorporated into the motion, making it into a Canadian motion. And I want to assure the member that it is a Canadian motion, a Canadian mission that's gone out there. For that reason, yes, you're right that where she said transparency and being open to the Canadians is very paramount important to ensure the success of this mission. And that is the commitment this government has made. And for that portion, you know, that is why we had such a debate in the House for 2 days to ensure that there was an open discussion and all the rules on the table. But I would like to take this opportunity as well to tell my honourable colleague that the diplomatic effort as done by the Manley panel, and this was a bipartisan panel led by the former Liberal Prime Minister, and his recommendation, and I want to say with their recommendation and the diplomatic offensive that the Prime Minister has taken, I am very pleased to announce today that one of the conditions of the motion has been met. NATO has agreed to send 1,000 troops to Kandahar. These troops will be deployed in Kandahar pretty soon, meeting the requirement that was in this motion passed by the House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with her. This is a very important mission. It's a mission to build Afghanistan, both development-wise and all-wise, to provide security. So we want to thank them, and I can assure her that, yes, the government is absolutely committed to providing full transparency, and we'll do our utmost to ensure that not also Canadians, but the official opposition and everybody in this Parliament is fully kept informed as the mission progresses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to hear that NATO has come across and that they have the commitment of 1,000 additional troops. I had the privilege as a member of Parliament of going to Wainwright, Alberta this past summer and training with, it was 1,053, I believe, reservists, mostly from Southern Ontario. And I was so proud of their commitment and their belief that this mission had great value. It was a Liberal government that said, at the invitation of President Karzai and under the auspices of NATO, that we would go into this mission. I have visited good friends of ours, Moni and Carmen Lagonia, and said goodbye to their 21-year-old son who was going over on a mission in Afghanistan. And I would hope the Canadians recognize the debates that we have in this House in no way undermine the absolute pride that we all take and the faith we have in our young men and women who are in uniform. However, it's absolutely essential that we be able to question the mission, that the mission become redefined as we go forward, and it isn't just enough to have the 1,000 extra troops. We need to have that.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member. And yes, it's, you know, I've attended 2 funerals of soldiers who have died in Calgary, and it's always a heart-wrenching situation when our soldiers have laid down their lives. But they have laid down lives for democracy. And I agree with the member that in this House of Commons out here, we stand responsible for sending our people to harm's way. And we must ensure that their memories are recognized, their contributions are recognized, and this thing. And you're absolutely right. Transparency is most important out here. We will endeavor to ensure the transparency is done, the London Compact is met, and that the people of Afghanistan are the ultimate beneficiary of all the sacrifice that Canada has done.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre de...
The House therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.